everybody's doing well. Let's see who's here. Hi, Bella Stella. Hi, I got some wonderful presses from you. Thank you. I did film them, but next week. I haven't had time to edit things. Yeah, you're just too good, people. Yeah, you're spoiling me. Oh, hi, ambient colorscapes. Is that you, Atlanta? Did you, oh, you changed your name, did you? Did you change already? Sorry if I'm kind of missing things up. Hi, Gail. Hi, Nessa. Hi, Jeanette. Hi, Char. Hi, Mimi. Hi, Living Quinn. Hi. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Kath. Hi, Callie. Ah, that's lovely. There's plenty of us here. Now, what are we going to do today? The thing is, I'm been beat most of the week. Has been kind of crazy times at work, and I've just been tired in the evening. Probably even mentally more than physically. I just keep dozing off, weirdly. And my rhinitis has been clearing up a little bit. So I feel like doing something kind of a slow and soothing and chill. Something with pencils maybe today, actually. I don't do pure pencil works too often, so I thought, let's do something with pencils. What Atlanta is saying something about... Okay. Yes, Atlanta. I was correct then. Yes, I was right. Nessa, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. Hugely appreciated. Big hugs. I don't expect things like that. Of course, it's delightful, but, big, huge thanks. Just, don't bankrupt yourself, people. You had to reload YouTube. Is being a toddler throwing an audio tantrum. I hope the sound is okay. On my side, I did test before the stream. I do have a habit nowadays to test if my microphone is functioning before I start the live stream, and it was doing fine. So all you could probably... Bella! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks a million. Big hugs. If I could give you big hugs, I will. See, that's a big hug, okay? Big hug! Virtual one. Of course. Non-creepy virtual hug. Okay. No, it's okay, but the ads are really loud. What? That must be a YouTube thing, because I'm pretty sure that my mic should be fine. At least it has been. As has anybody else having an issue with... I have, by the way, lately had issue before that my sound level with the video is kind of normal, and then the ads are just roaring at me. So that might be... Atlanta, Kath, I finally bit the bullet and subscribed to YouTube Premium Light. Okay, is there an option of premium? I haven't really looked into it. I should actually get that. But if I do get it, I should probably get the family version, because then everybody in the family will have the same thing. Sorry, I'm thirsty. I'm kind of feeling a bit dehydrated. Weirdly. It's actually weather-wise been kind of all right this week. It's kind of just right. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. Well, it's never really too cold for me as far as Ireland goes, but YouTube Premium Light. Did anybody else come in who I have not said hello to? If I missed somebody, I am so sorry. We do have cute stickers, don't we? I think this chat has really cute stickers. Oh, I have no idea what it is. I've never seen it before. Quinn. I'm actually thinking about doing that myself. I did have it for a while, but then they raised the price a lot, at least here in Europe and Ireland. I have noticed that most of the subscriptions seem to be cheaper in US and, you know, other side of the pond, not just US, possibly in Canada and Australia as well, than they are in Europe. Mysteries of life. Anyways, I thought before we start doing actual coloring, I got this book. I got this book yesterday. It is one of the, I picked it up on Vinted. And I had forgotten that I had picked it up. And the person who I bought it from was also late posting it. So I had totally forgotten that I had ever bought that book. It's one of those Vinted finds that cost me €1. And I usually like those old school. But I have discovered that I like mostly those old school based on classics coloring books, and this one is based, obviously, as you can see, Romeo and Juliet. It's not the one we're going to color today, but I thought I didn't really go through it properly yesterday. I was just conking out in the evening, so I thought have a quick look what it contains with you and see if I'm going to keep it or not. You know, because it was so cheap, I wouldn't feel very bad if I just had to kind of, you know, get rid of it if I don't like it. We'll see. That's a coffee. It is a coffee and sandwich. I can go out with myself and my daughter. I'd buy her a coffee and sandwich, and you buy me coffee and sandwich. That is so cool. Hi, Maria. Hello. Yeah, the ads have gotten kind of out of control. I don't think they used to be as often as they are now. Something has shifted anyway. And a lot of them are those really, really, really terrible AI ads, you know, made with AI. Well, like, yeah. Of course, some of them are pure hilarious because somebody was trying to sell me the AI ad on YouTube a pot, which is basically a deep frying pot, only it's long and narrow and it has the deep frying insert. But it's a magic pot because you put totally raw chicken drumsticks into the oil. You lower them into the oil and then you lift them out right away and they come out totally cooked and breaded. I was like, wow, I must get that pot. Cuts down all sorts of silly labor in the kitchen. Did somebody else come in? YouTube is quite aggressive with their ads. I recently found out that even a creator set the ad frequency to 0, it still shows ads. But yes, it's the same thing. The creators might as well have the ads on because the YouTube will show you the ads anyway, whether the creator gets any you know, benefit from that or not. So I just, you know, might as well have get some pennies out of it. And trust me, it is not much. But, you know, it's something. Every little penny adds up, and if I put it to the side, I might get myself something nice eventually, you know. Well, actually, I have to get myself, now everything else is set aside. I need to get myself a new camera because that one is getting more and more rubbish by the day. I just kind of almost feel the quality of almost going down. Like I get weird interference and I'm having constant troubles with you know, focusing and overexposure and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd like to get myself a new camera. I will definitely, you know, I'm going to put now my pennies aside, my YouTube pennies aside, my next thing to do, or hopefully, you know, when I get the money eventually back from Amazon Amazon France, I'm going to invest into a new camera. It's been a colorful day today, says Maria. You have paint everywhere. I didn't do any coloring today. I slept for fairly long this morning, and then I was kind of feeling off. My stomach was kind of off for some reason. So I was just kind of lazing around, doing bits and pieces. I cooked dinner, fed everybody dinner, and then I just eventually just laid down for a little while before I came this room to set things up for the live stream. But I'm feeling a bit perkier now. That's a funny fact. When I start getting maternity and baby ads, I know another grandkid is on the way even before the parents tell me. Are they still somehow connected to your account? So I can see, you know, if they would be somehow connected to your account, that if they start looking up baby stuff, it kind of is somehow tied to your account as well, and you keep starting getting baby stuff. But you have the pennies that YouTube does. I think. Yes, Gail, that's totally what, you know, I strongly believe in, and I think every creator, you know, who in any way can, you know, at least they should get those few pennies out of YouTube. Paper is really nice on this one, although it's very. See, the smooth can be really, you know, it does feel very smooth, but that can be deceptive, because sometimes paper that feels really smooth actually has decent tooth, and then paper that doesn't really feel super smooth just has no tooth at all. Gail, can't keep secrets anymore, Nessa. I know when my partner is thinking of buying something because I start getting the Facebook ads for it. My husband just got home and stopped at the garage sale. He brought me a bag of markers for 2. There's 27 overall markers and 14 pit pens. He really scored. If that's for $2, like, that's nothing. I did a squiggly lines page in the car on the way to meet the family. Does that count? It does count. Any color on the page counts. That is a lovely husband. Do you guys get ads in the lives? Yeah, I do get lives. It depends. In most of the lives I watch, I have gotten the ads. I think it also depends if the creator qualifies. I think there has to be a certain amount of, yeah, to qualify for any ads or, you know, any commercials on their streams and everything. Yeah, you have to go through certain steps, and you have to reach certain amount of subscribers and certain amount of views, and then you have to go through the setting up the kind of so you qualify for everything. You have to set up everything from taxes to, you know, kind of. It's a bit of a, you know, hassle to go through, but once you go through that, then yes. Oh, hi, Amy. Oh, Auntie, I didn't see you coming in. Hello. Hello, Auntie. For your information, people you regularly talk with, not just people in your house. You can get ads related to them. Really? I have not noticed that. Maria, my birthday is in October, and this year I have clearly told my hubby that I have wish list on Amazon. I do not want to get a dinner at a restaurant. Am I bad? Am I addicted to coloring? Yeah, I prefer a wish list on Amazon to dinner out as well. Ooh, that's actually really nice. This one isn't bad. I'm not sure, you know, if it's very wallpapery or very fussy, I'll probably not keep it. But so far, actually pretty good. Who's the oh, there's two artists here. Renia Metalino, so she's from Greece, and Bethan Janine, and she lives in Sheffield. There's a scene here with some movement. There's, of course, you know, good old wallpapery or decorative, so-called decorative page as well. Like that sort of a page or a spread, I rarely ever bother doing. Might make the husband think it was his idea. My squiggly lines page was inspired by Jackie from her new channel, Wonky Line Studio. Oh, does she? Oh, yeah, I have to check that one out. I meant to do so many things this week, and I did none of it. None of it. Okay, it's the nurse and Juliet. They just keep forgetting that these two, the Romeo and Juliet, they were babies. This is not a romantic story. This is not a romance. This is a book of bad decisions. Obsession and kind of silly squabbles that eventually end up costing two young people their lives. Ah, I fear. Yeah, that's, you know, I'm probably never going to do something like that. I would just be bored. There's somebody already has tried to do something, little pink in that star. That wouldn't, you know, if I wanted to go for it, that wouldn't really stop me. And those musical instruments also really not. I want a bit of a more storied page. I also do tend to like some, not always, but I do tend to like some people on my pages. That one isn't bad. Meeting. Let me see. Bella Stella exactly wasn't romantic at all. Yeah, there's nothing romantic about Romeo and Juliet. That's a horrible fact. Whenever I see a colorist I love on YouTube, I immediately want the books they are showing. Often I buy them or at least put it in my wish list. Okay, don't now rush with that one, because I myself at the moment am evaluating what I want to do with that book, because I have not made up my mind. I might not keep it. I might either stick it back on vintage, because, you know, I'd say I'm going to get €1 from somebody, get my money back. Or I might, you know, kind of put it into the giveaway pile. So... yeah, this one, nope. There's a lot of wallpaper here. Somebody has done these. That sort of a page reminds me a little bit of very Johanna Basford, isn't it? Which isn't my style, you know, these neat, very precise. Although her line is a bit looser than Johanna's, which I like more. Johanna's line is very disciplined. It's very neat. Which is just, you know, doesn't appeal to me in a sense that I don't want to color it. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with her line. Please do not get me wrong. I'm not bashing Johanna Bashford. Okay, that sounded actually really weird. But yeah, she's very, very talented. Her books are wonderful. And the paper in these books is wonderful. They're just not mine. Okay. If that page didn't have so many teeny weeny itsy bitsy tiny roses, that would be almost impossible to actually put any shading into because of the smallness of them. Then it would have a potential. It's the famous balcony scene. Maria Fabiana Tanasio fights a little bit, but she has more kind of a small, everything is smaller and more contained. I prefer a bit bigger surfaces of Fabiana Attanasio books. So far, there's a couple of pages that are nice. This one I actually kind of like, although it is Zen doodly, but I do like the movement of it. I still don't know what if I want to keep it or not. Oh, that's the balcony scene. But the faces, and yeah, the way it's drawn, I do understand what you're saying, that it reminds you of Fabiana Attanasio. A plague both in the houses. I like that one. That page is actually cool. Like, I don't want to do that page, but I don't know if I'm going to keep the whole book for it. I kind of like this one. That one's kind of cool as well. Do you know what that one reminds me a little bit of? Is Eilidh Muldoon's books. Callie, you're not a Johanna Basford fan, yeah. You like wallpaper. Absolutely fine. Anything that, you know, gives you pleasure, you know, you enjoy coloring is good. It's just, you know, I just get so bored of wallpapers because of the repetitive element. Well, Stella, I bought a few JB books when I restarted coloring, then realized I'm not so into her style. Yeah, Living Queen, you love Johanna Basford. Yeah, quite rightly so. She is very talented, and she is one of the kind of you know, big. I don't want to say big whales, big elephants. The coloring world, you know, was initially kind of propped up on. You know, the big ones. The big ones like, I'd say, you know, the really well-known ones who have been around for a long time and who have done a lot to popularize Johanna Basford. Actually, Mili Marotta, although a lot of people, you know, are not into her. No, I'm not sure if I like the faces, how they're drawing them. Maybe, also Kirby Rosanes, you know, would be one of the big ones. But then again, also Fabiana Attanasio, she's definitely one of the big ones. So is Joseph Kattenbank. What is the minimum of pages that you want to color to buy the book? That is actually a good question. Well, this book I hadn't seen. Basically, I bought it blind. As I say, it was a kind of a Euro book I just picked up because often these books have such a good paper, and if there is good art in them, I do enjoy them. That is actually really pretty. Kind of a super dramatic and slightly sentimental, but pretty could become a really nice page. Yeah, we're getting to the tragic ending here. What would be the minimum amount of pages that I would need to have in a book for me to actually, but I definitely am not buying a book if I only like a couple of pages, even if I like those couple of pages a lot. It needs to be that I feel I can. It's never going to be 100%. I have not had a single book in my life. I don't own any books that I want to color every single page in. I just don't. There's always going to be some pages that just not, you know, talking to me. Actually, this building I like as well, but yeah, do you know what? That book might go back where it's coming from. I don't think I'm going to keep it. Was it Wendy who was taking her books to the school? unfortunately, I don't have that option. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to keep it. There's a couple of good pages, but not enough for me to actually, you know, waste a room on my shelf. It's not, yeah. I was expecting a little bit more. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it needs to be, as far as keeping the book, it needs to be at least 60 or 70% of the pages need to be the ones that I feel, yes, you know, if I'm in right mood, I would want to color them. Usually it's never more than that anyway. You know? Oh, did you, by the way, did you hear that? Just a second, I'm going to have a look at the chat. Does anyone know which has examples of the Scottish pages when filled in? Okay, I'm working on my Scottish page at the moment. I started it with the... It's not filled in yet, but I can show you where I'm going. The Colouring Book of Scotland. So that's how far I am at the moment. It's not finished, you know, loads to do here yet. But I have the color base and the base shading down, and now I'm going to do the fun stuff, the decorative stuff here. But yeah, this is how I work here. I, you know, establish the areas, I establish the colors, put down some preliminary shading, and then start doing the fun stuff, you know, with all the gel pens and sparkly paints and whatnot, you know, acrylic markers and whatever pops into my head. That is just watercolor. There's nothing else here. There's I'm gonna pull it out. There's a lot of them that I used here would be in this box. This is basically my selection of granulating watercolors. There's watercolors here from there's White Knights, there's Rosa, there's Roman Schmal, you know, they kind of come from different manufacturers or paint manufacturers. What is this one? Oh, that's from Kusakabe. I only have one paint from them, the Phantom Mist, which is also here. And also I don't think I used some of... For the sky, I used a couple of colors. Lucy sent me these, kind of a little trial palette. I used some May and Dark Blue by Daniel Smith from this one, and also I used some Manganese Blue. That's from by Da Vinci, I think, in the sky. But the rest of the stuff, I think oh, and the castle I did with... I got the birthday present from you, Auntie, and Lucy, and Lessa. You Lessa as well, yeah. And you gave me the core watercolors. So the castle was done with the core watercolors, from what I remember. So there's different watercolors, yeah, but yeah, it's just, you know, at the end of the day, it's all watercolors, yeah. And I just put the base down, and then afterwards I go in with, you know, if I feel some extra shading somewhere. Although here I don't think there's that much shading now needed. I'm just going to put in some, maybe in the roof, a little bit here. But mostly I'm going to put in kind of little decorative work for all the stones and stuff like that, and the leaves, and, you know, like, you know, add some fun and sparkle to it. So yeah, that's how I approach them most of the time. Let me see. Maria, I do see one page that I fall in love with. I buy the book. Yeah, I don't. It has. I try not to do that because, you know, as you might know, I'm fairly knee deep now in books, and I would like to, you know, at least get to color a little bit in them. So I try not to overwhelm myself with books. I do try to be somewhat disciplined, but it never really works out well for me, does it? Um, Living Queen, I think Johanna Bass would take less brain power. It depends. For me, they take more. I think it depends on how your brain works and how you approach the pages or whatever. Because I'm opposite. I look at her pages and I just get almost anxious because I get no inspiration. I don't know where to take them. At the same time, I see on Instagram and everywhere other people doing her pages and doing absolutely fantastic works with them and altering them and creating stunning pages. And I just don't see it in them. You know, if I look at the page, nothing comes. I just see the line art. Do you know what I'm trying to say here? It's kind of weird. I have several artists like that I just, I can stare at the page endlessly and nothing, absolutely nothing comes. Let me see. I was going to buy this book yesterday, but the shipping from the States is so expensive, so I hesitated. Mature. What book are you talking about? The Scottish book? No, not Scottish book, surely. Um, what book? What book are you talking about? What book is listed at $50? I have missed some bits of the chat. I do have live chat on. Yes, yes, I do. Sometimes I have top chat on and I miss bits, but I somehow missed something. I'm hoping to restrain you some. Thank you again. I have some little half pants Lucy sent me for too. Isn't it great? I think we should all share paint more. Sadly, I don't have many tube paints that I can share. I'm thinking, no, I don't really. I have a couple. I'm mostly, if I'm buying watercolors, I tend to buy pans because I just prefer pan. Living Queen. Sometimes I leave the background white in Johanna Bass, but it's a lot otherwise. It is, but to me, it's probably the fussiness and the small detail of it. Jeanette, I still love Johanna's books. They're like comfy slippers. Totally, yeah, I get that feeling. I have that feeling. Funnily enough, I have now that with the likes of Fabiana Tanazia. Also, in a way, like Joseph Kattenbank, like mythographics, by the way, work for me like that. If I actually, take mythographic, although they are challenging and they are slow, but they're not really scary for me. I kind of relax into them. They take a long time, but I relax into them. Fabiano Attanasio fairy tale books would be like totally comfy slippers for me. I could just sit and chew them. Camilla Garofano is like comfy slippers. I can just take, if I want to just switch off my brain and just do something I'm definitely going to be happy with, however it comes out, I do Camilla Garofano pages. Oh, the Romeo and Juliet. Do you want that one? Then you probably don't, because it does have some pages done. But if you want it, I can send it to you. But it does have, I think you did see there's a little bit of a scribble on some pages. So I don't know, but if you do want it, I can stick it into the envelope for you. Like, there's stuff like that done. It can be covered up. The only thing that is not really as easy to cover, the paper seems really nice. It was really beautiful, thick, smooth paper, nice and white. Where is that moon that was colored? No, I can't find. Oh, yeah, this one. This one was probably the only one you can't really do much about. All the rest of them, it's kind of usable. So if you want it, I can stick it in envelope for you. Nessa Annika added Eason to my list of places to buy from. Great to buy from places, not Amazon sometimes. Yeah, Eason's an option. And, you know, just, you know, supporting some place that isn't Amazon is very much, you know, if I can. Yep. Oh, hi, Patricia. Oh, Tracy. Did Tracy come in and I missed somebody? Oh, if I missed somebody, I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, hi, Tracy. Jeez, you were just after Patricia. I'm so sorry. Hi, Tracy. I think that moon looks cool, like a Pucci print. Yeah, but that moon really reminded me. That's, you know, when I looked at this, I said, that's very much like Johanna Basford. And that's probably, you know, if I had gotten Johanna Basford books when they first started coming out, I suspect that's how I would have colored her books, just, you know, mad colors in random places like this. I would have totally done, yeah, when I started, you know, first, without any knowledge and anything. Okay, so my plan today, actually, though, is not... Oh, I actually wanted to mention, if you are aware of not, it's a book that I probably won't get, but I thought, you know, if you know or not, wait a second. Karina Kubikovska came out with a new book on Etsy, obviously. This is just, no, don't, I'm not selling it, I'm not getting paid for it, just, you know, if you don't know, because her books are often very hard to get, the old books even, they sell out pretty fast, so if you've been looking to get a Karolina Kubikovska book, that's a new one. It says it has 40 pages, she's gone back to the, she used to have spiral bound books, and now for a while she had kind of like traditional binding in her books, but it seems that she's gone back to the spiral bound style. She's now, the overexposure is killing me here. Yeah, so let me see, can I turn the brightness down a little bit here? Let me check. Yeah, it can be a bit of a pain. Display. I'm going to pull the brightness level down. Let's see if that one helped me. So if you are looking for something like that, then, you know, just, you know, that this is available. It's going to be hell of an expensive book, though, because the book alone is, well, in euros, it's 31 euros, and then there's going to be shipping costs on top of it. So, and I have, you know, plenty of her books, loads, you know, I don't feel a need to get another one, so it's not even something I will get myself, most likely, but I know that people have struggled finding her books, so just letting you know. That's it. That's that's a public announcement part of this this live stream. Now, Callie just got dinner order, bacon cheeseburger with pineapple jam on it and sweet potato. Ooh, sweet potato fries. That's one of my big Achilles heels. I'm not even crazy. I don't really, like, I do eat. If chips are on the menu, I'd eat them, but I'm not, like, super into chips. But I do love sweet potato chips. They're nice. So I can't really, yeah. If they're on the menu, I will most likely dig in big time. Pineapple jam. I've never had pineapple jam. It was expensive, but she is... Oh, glad you got my message about her book. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. She is expensive. She's one of my huge favorites. I have pretty much most of her previous books, and I'm just kind of holding myself back because I have so many pages from her already to color. It's like, no, I don't need that one as well. But I thought I'd let people here know that this book is out there, because she's just so talented, and her artwork and her paper is always fantastic. And her paper is always fantastic, especially for watercolors. It just lends itself to watercolors so well. And then I usually put stuff on top, like pencils and other stuff. You know, a bit of sparklies and a bit of gel pen, whatever I feel like. I do not... I probably will color in the second half of the book. Usually I prefer the second half, because sometimes I just like when the, you know, some part of it are really darkened out for me. And this specific, sometimes UK printed ones can have awful prints. You can feel that their toner has been running out, so the line art is all kind of has stripes going through it. But this one actually seems to have, when they printed it, the toner was actually decently full. So it looks pretty all right, the print. It's kind of a pretty crisp, and the black looks blackish. It's still kind of grayish, but, you know, it doesn't look dirty and stripy. Callie, you're missing 2 of her books. Which ones do you miss? Nessa, someone needs to do what to buy an Etsy coloring book edition. It should not be me, because I very rarely buy like super expensive books from Etsy. I do have some. I have a couple. I have some. Well, I have a lot of Karina Kopikowska, because she is my big favorite. Not all of them were from Etsy, though. There used to be Deco Art or something like that, the Polish company that used to publish some of her books, and some other Polish coloring books as well. They always published on fantastic paper, and I had a fair few of, you know, different books from that website. It was a bit cheaper than Etsy, let's be honest. Oh, that is so cute. That is so very cute. And then I will do a little bit on that page as well. I'll probably do something on several pages. I've started this page. Oh, hi, Terry. Hi. You're from Texas. Oh, maybe he's from Florida. Ticket to Dreams and On the Other Side of the Dreams. I have both of these. I know that I don't have every single one. I don't remember which one was it again. I think I'm missing one. Yeah, I need to, you know, clear my head, which, yeah, isn't as easy lately. But yeah, I'm definitely missing one, at least, of her books. But I do have most. Oh, hi, Ivy. How are you doing? Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely going to do something with that page. I'll finish off the yellow flowers, and then I'll probably do some leaves and possibly the bird with you. You know, some bigger elements. And then I thought I also would like to do that background here. I would like to put something down. I even pulled out alcohol markers for it. I have this set of oops. These are Artex ones. I really like these ones. Okay, once again, nobody, you know, These I bought myself with my own money because I really like the colors, and I'm very happy that I did, because they're not exactly the same as Ohuhu pastas. Ohuhu pastas are different. They have different vibe to them. They are more kind of a there's a lot of really light colors, which I really appreciate. It's quite rare on alcohol marker sets. Copics so far were the only ones that did really light ones. Now in this set there's also some really light ones, and there's kind of a more, it has more of a candy vibe than Ohuhu ones. Yeah, they're really pretty. Just a second, I'm going to pull out the, and I thought I'll do the background in that little circle behind those flowers with that one. These ones, okay, this is the sweatshirt for them. And can you see, they have this slightly vintage candy vibe. I don't know, they're kind of feel warmer than the Ohuhu pastels. I don't know, they are different. Trust me, trust me, they're different. I really like them. And you know, so there's some really, really light colors which are great for blending things out. If you want to get really, you know, strong highlights. Terry, brutally hot here. 105 Fahrenheit. Ouch. It's been okay at the moment here. So, yeah. Mimi, my two most expensive books were RC3. I don't know what that is. And jewelry books. Okay, that's Hannah Carlson. I know that. Oh, Mimi, your daughter just moved to Texas last month. Callie, her seasonal postcard book is a great variety in a great size for those looking to have something of hers in their collection. Yeah, I can, yeah. And it also takes pretty much any media, so. Jeanette, Annika, those look beautiful colors. Yeah, this one I actually do like quite a lot. You know, if you are looking, do not go buy for it just to buy it. If you were looking for expansion of your alcohol marker pastel set, or if you just like to base with pastels and put pencils on top, these ones are lovely. They really are. So I thought I'm going to do that circle, which I might as well do now since I have the alcohol marker out. Once again, I don't really have super clear vision what I'm going to do. It's going to be riding up the seat of my pants again. Okie doke. Let's see what happens. Life's life, and so on. Okay, so I'm just going to do base colors. I might eventually go a little bit of a pencil on top here and there. Oh, romantic country 3, Mimi. Okay, okay, okay. Now I get it. Oh yeah, that was for. I think a lot of people were hunting for it at some stage. Ivy, are you gonna grab a cup of tea? Oh, I'd actually love to have a cup of something. I have my water here, my flavored water. A bit of squash. So I'm just very, very thirsty constantly. Okie doke. So let's see, what colors are we going to use? So I'd like to have very soft gradient on this side, kind of a warm peaches and pinks and yellows, and moving on to bluish tones here. And then eventually I'll put little, you know, maybe some swirlies, or I don't know how much I'm going to decorate that background, but at least I want some base in it. Every single time I have trouble opening it. I try to open it from the wrong side. Okie doke. Anti-country. I got them for 35 each with shipping. That is not the worst, to be honest. I do have books that actually ended up costing me a little bit more. Some of the Corina ones, the later ones that I got from Etsy. And I think the books by Mystic Art Mirrors, I do have one book from hers, the Goddesses, actual physical one, which is amazing paper, once again, and that one cost me in that range as well. Living Queen, just coming into spring in Australia, things starting to bloom. Oh, she's not used to that heat. Okay, let's see. Oh, I need something very light yellow, so I'm taking 417. 417, very light yellow, and then something slightly warmer yellow, so maybe 420. Here, the 420, which I can't see because I'm blind. Okay, here. And see the caps, that you can't really tell that at all from the caps that these would be much different. But the 417 is really light here, and 420 is much more intense yellow. And look at the caps. They look almost identical. It is a little bit warmer, the 420, but you know, it doesn't really look like it's much darker. Of course, they're all going to look slightly different on like different paper as well, so no swatch chart is going to be 100% trustworthy either, which makes it even more tricky. Okay, I need something peachy. 310. 310, come on. Am I blind? Okay, 310. That's blush. And something peachy. I'm going to take that peach as well. So 318. And what else? Something slightly lilac-y as a transition color. So maybe that 77. Here, and I also want a couple of blues, so I'm taking that 183 Taylor blue, 183, and maybe that 402 also. Where am I now? I can't see 402. Where are you? Sadly, I'm blind. Okay, found it. Okay, let's see how it's going to work out. I want to create some sort of a soft variation with them. So, okay, I'm starting with the darker ones. That actually makes sense, doesn't it? So, 8. So maybe create... Yeah, I do have the paper underneath. I'm trying to be very careful with the alcohol marker here because I know for a fact that this paper bleeds like there's no tomorrow. So although I would like reasonable blend here, that might have to be eventually achieved with some help of some pencil or something. Okay, which one was the warmer one? 420. So I'm putting in that warmer yellow here. They are so light that they really do blend with each other very, very well. Let's see how that 402, can I push that into that peach a little bit? They are very light, so I might be able to. Just have some color variations. Okay. Okay, and can I put some of that? Oops, that one has been... What has happened to that one? Can you ever see that thing happening? It's basically like a gunk that has come out of the marker. I have not seen that before. I'm just cleaning it up, so baby wipe took care of it. That was so weird. Ah, yeah, that should be fine. I hope that the brush tip is fine. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so a little bit of that lilac here. Okay, and now I need to go over the transition between the lilac and the blue again. As I said, they're pretty light, so the pushing these into each other usually isn't a terrible problem. Okay, and I need some of that peachy tone again. Just, yeah, pushing things and softening things. And mixing colors also on the paper. And now I'm taking the warmer yellow, which was 420, which should really well mix with and blend with the peach. And now I'm taking that cooler, very light yellow and pushing that next to these flowers. Okay, and now I'm putting that really light yellow behind everything here. I will put a little bit of a kind of like a swirlies and maybe some pencil into that background as well. I just wanted to have a little bit of a color variation. It will change and soften once it dries, as we know, for the alcohol markers. Okay, the yellow. Okay, I'm leaving it there. So I kind of want this area to be fairly peachy and yellow, and then go into the blues on this side. So I'm putting the darkest blue down, which was the paler blue. So far it hasn't really bled as much as I was afraid it would. This book, although it's Amazon UK paper, which usually is pretty darn terrible, and I'm not saying that this one is amazing or anything, but I think it's not as bad as some of them, let's put it that way. There is a little bit of a body to it. Yeah, I should make this area. I probably will even want to darken eventually. I think it's the darkest blue that I have in this set. And I might have to put even a little bit of a darker pencil eventually, you know, on top of it. Okay. And also like this. All right, this is going to be like a darker area here. And now I'm working some lighter blue into it. Oops, I took the wrong blue. That's the potato blue was 183. I don't remember what that one was called again. 402. It was called Aqua Cyan. Oh, hi, Ivy. Welcome back. Baby wipes, underrated in the coloring community. I could not cope if I did not have baby wipes on my desk. I use them pretty much every single coloring session for something, especially considering how freaking clumsy I can be sometimes. I gotta confess, I'm not the most gracious of people, let's put it mildly. That's, you know, to put it politely. So there's some sort of a goo and something dripping and something happening constantly here. So yeah, I go through baby wipes like there's no tomorrow. Okay, so bringing the blue here. Now I think I let it sit a little bit too long, the transition here between that phthalo blue and the, whatever it's called again, aqua cyan. So I'm trying to kind of soften that transition area here. I don't need it to be super perfect. As I said, I'm going to probably soften things and put some little dots and stars and swirlies into that background as well. But I don't want very harsh light that I will have to fight with eventually, because who has time for that? Okay, and now I will just, will I put a little bit of that in there as well? I actually, no, I don't like, that's the wrong color I picked out. That 77. I want something lighter as far as maybe 410. 410. Sorry, 77 goes here. 410, maybe that's a bit better, because it seems a bit lighter. So it's not as overpowering. Yeah, as a transition color, it's definitely a bit better than this quite strong peachy color. Just pulling that one here and that one here. Actually, I want the blue go almost, the aqua blue, to go almost up here. I kind of feel it would look nice here against this really orange. But I am leaving a little bit of that slightly lavenderish tone peeking from underneath. Okay, oh, that's better. And now I'm bringing back in that slightly purplish lavenderish tone here. Create a bit of a self blend. And now I'm grabbing the peachy tone, which should blend really well with lavender and purple or whatever. And is that lighter? Yes, that's slightly lighter, warmer peach, bringing that towards the middle here. Putting it between the two. Okay, and now bringing in the yellows. 420, the warmer yellow. Oh, that one bled in. Ah, it was going so well. And then it started bleeding inside it. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. We'll color over it. Yellow bleed isn't bad because yellow is easy to color over. Okay. Now, I think that one is actually kind of finish. Yeah, this area for some reason bled. Huh, okay. Oh, it is what it is. Pushing a little bit of that warmer color out there. And going over, where's my 402? Okay, and just now, you know, dropping in colors a little bit more, which I should really be super careful about because it's already shown that it's going to be bleeding if I push my luck too much. Which is a bit of a pain, but hey. No. And it does look, at the moment, there's a little bit of, you know, unevenness or kind of a harsh areas. Don't pay any attention to that, because once it dries, because at the moment, you know, those transitions, once the markers dry, they're actually going to be pretty fine. And I'm going to push a tiny bit of that pink here, so the transition would be smoother. Yeah, actually, I think that one is okayish as far as the marker base. With eventually, you know, as I said, I maybe put some little, I don't know, I might darken that edge here with the pencils, because those markers just don't have dark enough colors for me. But yeah, that's pretty much what I kind of wanted there as a background-ish, you know, something slightly abstract. 17. I'm going to put now the markers back. And then I'm going to grab pencils and finish those yellow bits here, and then do some green, I think. 420. Where's 420? I'm blind. I tried to put them back in right order, otherwise I will never, you know, it just annoys me afterwards that I have to hunt for them. But these ones, because they don't really run as a sequence numbers wise, so I just keep them in the box. I just have put them in as a sequence, number sequence, so they're very easy to find. Now, that's it. That's all my alcohol marker contribution, I suspect, for today. I don't really want to base here. Oh, I'm just gonna do pencils. Baby wipes. Oh, that background is okay. Thank you. Thank you. I will probably, I don't know if I'm going to deepen it here a bit. I might. And there's definitely going to be like scattering of little stars or dots there. Like a bit of a magic-y effect, because I want to put a bit of a, like, dots on the flowers as well. Okay, so pencils that I'm going to use today, ouch, are these ones, because I have just recently found that I really enjoyed them. Well, I got them for a $5, as I probably have already told. I have now a whole review about them on my channel. Once again, you know, they are only really available in Europe, and I only came across, you know, I had heard about them before, and I only really came across them because I literally stumbled across them on Vinted. They were like, you know, $5 for 120 pencils, still factory sharpened, which I thought, you know, is it a scam or something? But, you know, like, oh yeah, $5, I'll order them. just out of curiosity. They're actually pretty good. And I really like them on Amazon paper. Not many, and not some other papers, but on Amazon paper, they are fantastic. JC, I would have never thought to mix colors like that. Yeah, well, you can. See? As long as they're pastel colors, you can pretty much push anything into anything. And you get those cute, you know, pastel-y backgrounds. And they won't be perfect, but I think they're nice enough. And, you know, if you want to kind of disguise, you know, that there's some little bit of a, you know, a visible line somewhere, you can just do a bit of a, you know, dotting and, you know, little stars and glowy bits here. But it's not really obligatory. I think it looks cute without it as well. I am usually not brave enough to blend on the page, but that looks lovely stuff. Transitions. Yeah, well, this is, I don't really even plan it as much. I just knew that I wanted one side to be really warm and go into the cool on the other side. So that's what we did. I have been and bought a coloring card from Aldi earlier. It was only $12.99. Resistance crumbled. Who could resist a card at that price? I resisted all pads and pens. Oh, hi, Brittany. How are you? I hope you're well. No, and this is, okay, yeah, these pencils. Okay, you saw that, probably, it's on the channel. I did the promised review for them, so that, you know, I talked about them in more detail there. If you have specific questions, you can let me know. But once again, you know, they're probably not going to be available easily anyway. I'm just using them here at the moment because I just currently, you know, this page has been started. All those are done with these. So I just kind of have them out, essentially. I have them on the desk, and I do like them a lot on Amazon paper. So why not? So I need stuff for the yellow here. Okay, so I like their trays as well because they're really easy to lift out, because the trays, the plastic flimsy trays, oops, okay, yeah, are in the cardboard trays. So, you know, they're easy to just lift without having them wobble and drop pencils all over the desk. Okie doke, so I have here the dark magnolia, and I'll also grab some dark brown. As usual, all the dark colors in my set start going down super fast. You could see how much, you know, these are fairly new pencils, and already, you know, all the darks are losing height. There's just certain colors I will always go for and use for shading a lot or building depth. And did I use this one as well or what? Actually, the dark one should be fine. Okay, I already have here just a very, very light layer of yellow. Let me get you a little bit closer. I think that's better. Move things so it'd be decently in shot. Okay. So I'm working on these three first here at the moment. They're going to be fairly fast. Hopefully I'm not going to do very complicated stuff. So I'm taking, actually I need green as well. I need green as well. Yeah, something warmish. Green, darkish. Okay, let's take you. There's going to be sharpening noises. Okay. Hi, Momo. I just clicked on your live stream and boom, beautiful flowers. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so these ones, I'm taking green, which is called here deep olive. So I'd say deep olive from with pencils with any coloring. One of my main goals is not that much, kind of give you very specific combinations for very specific pencils. I would like you to, feel free to look for similar, the same colors if you want to emulate something similar-ish effect on pretty much any set of yours. Because most of those combinations, or, on something on these lines anyway, you can do with any pencil set. You don't even need a very large pencil set, to be honest. Okay. And a little bit this one here. So I'm using here the green as a base. I think I'm going to use that green as the darkest part of the leaves and stems of these flowers. So I'm leaving that one out. So it's deep olive. Basically dark, earthy green. And now I'm taking dark magenta and I'm not covering the whole green because I do want to have the green a bit visible. It's like the color of the stem is going into the petals as well, which often does happen. But I'm extending that dark color, dark magenta, which is essentially really dark red purple in here. I would not call it magenta, to be honest. What is that? That is a sweatshirt. I should not ruin that. Okay, I have a piece of paper here. So the dark magenta is essentially like a burgundy color in actuality. If you look at it, this, I would not call it magenta that much. It's more of a burgundy. And I'm just flicking it upwards. Dum da dum da dum. Okay. And I'm often leaving a little bit of a reflected light area. Not always, but it just looks lovely often, especially if there's a dark background already for the flower. It's very hard for you to see, of course. I can try to get you a little bit closer, but it will increase the noise. I hope that shot is okay. Because it's, this camera, it's a digital zoom, so you will have increased noise. Let me know if it's still okay, if you can still see. But I meant this little area of reflected light, especially, as I said, if the background is dark, it gives a really nice effect. Okay, and now we need something orange, so we're grabbing one of the many oranges in this set, and this set has many, trust me. It's a lovely set, but boy does it have many oranges, and they're pretty much all the same. Look at those oranges. So if you don't like orange, nope. And once again, this set is by no means, one of the hugely necessary ones. There are quite a few nice budget sets out there that can do the same job. I was just delighted that I found something that, not too often I have a pencil that I actually kind of enjoy on Amazon paper, and this one happens to be one of them. So just extending, it's a bit of like a stripe upwards into the petals. And now they're fairly small, so I don't go into, you know, like too many colors. It just wouldn't add much of a benefit. So I'm taking gold yellow, which I need to sharpen. Stems small petals. We want a nice sharp pencil. And running that on one side of that orange stripe on all the petals, but not filling the whole petal yet. Okay. And then there's those little stamens there as well. I'm putting that gold yellow at the bottom of all of those stamens. Like that. And also popping it into that tiny bud here. And then I'm looking for really pale, cooler yellow, so it's a light yellow. A lot of them still have factory. And now I'm just running that over the areas that I haven't colored in the petals yet. And I'm also putting that onto the top of them little stamens. And that's as lazy and easy as these petals were. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Now, these are now done. If I turn them... Okay, I might actually, now that I'm, like in real life, there's actually enough contrast and darkness here at the bottom. It seems that on the camera, it kind of washes it out a little bit. So I'm going to add a little bit extra of the darkness here with Acorn, which is one of the darkest browns that I have. Just at the bottom here where the stamen gets into the... And also adding a bit of extra shadow into that petal. Now, that's now plenty. Now let's do some leaves. Or might I do these... Is that a petal or is that a bunch of leaves? Could somebody tell me? I think the leaves. These ones actually, I think, are... I think these ones need to be also like these. They're like closed buds, so I think I need to make these here. I know you can't see what I'm talking about, of course. These ones here, that's what I'm talking about. I think they need to be also yellow. I think they're same as these. I kind of didn't notice them before, so I'm just going to put some Acorn here at the bottom, flick it up. Oh, it just goes down so well on this paper. It's so nice. They don't have to apply any pressure. Just pretty much does the work for me. Really nice on this paper. And also putting in some of the dark magenta, which is essentially red purple, because to me that's not really magenta at all. And bringing it up more into these creases even. Is that also a closed kind of a bud, or is it... No, I think that one is kind of like a leaf cluster. I think so anyway. I'm going to... Yeah, it's going to be a leaf cluster. I made up my mind. Okay, now I'm grabbing darker orange. So this one is called dark orange, aptly. So I'm running that over those really dark areas and slightly out. Very slightly out. and also making sure that the bottom of the board has that dark orange. Now I need a light orange, which is called Autumn Glory in this specific set. But essentially, light orange does not need to be the same set at all. Pretty much any set. And then I'm grabbing darker yellow. So the gold yellow again, yeah. Okay, gold yellow. Once again, pulling it a little bit upwards over those intense areas. And now I'm taking the light yellow and flicking it into the dark colors. I'm not going over the dark colors with it, although these parents are they're relatively transparent. So even if you do go over slightly, like they don't cover, they tone, they layer in that sense, but they don't cover up and totally obscure the colors underneath. Now, these ones are done. And that went how fast? Quite fast. Okay, let me see. What's happening in the chat? There's a little bud thing hiding behind the leaf. How bad is the bleed on the other side? Okay. This is the bleed on the other side. Let me... Actually, I'm going to... I get into the bigger shot, because that actually would work better. If you look at the bleed, this is on the other side. So there. Do you think that... Oh, there's the board here as well. That's what you meant, didn't you? You are right. And I want it to be... I'm making it very quick, though. I don't want to go into huge work with that one. And just some purple, some orange, and some golden yellow. The bottom here, and at the bottom here, and light yellow. Okay. This one is definitely a leaf, I think. We can't see. Okay, we can see now. Oh, Maria, I'm time to go to bed. Okay, I know that you probably are gone already, but happy dreams, Maria. Are you coloring with that Dutch budget brand of colored pencils? Yes, this is the Dutch budget brand. I'm sorry, but you know, as I said, I'm not sorry. I don't believe that you need exactly the same set as I do when you're coloring. Colors are pretty universal. There is a flower behind the leaves you're working with. Wow, that looks beautiful on the bleed side. Yes, I am working. So sorry. No expense wasted on the color naming department. It's called dark orange. Yep. Well, I'd rather that they have a good pencil with not particularly. You mean that one? I kind of almost thought about doing a different color. I think you meant that one, mainly because to have a bit of a contrast with these yellow buds here, that I just pretty deliberately make these, because I'm not making these yellow either, otherwise just too much yellow for me on the page. I think I pretty much everything that is yellow. I might make, for example, that one just for funsies yellow, but I want to do some variations. So I think I'm making these maybe like purplish or maybe violet colored. And this one, well, since I have the pencils out, I might as well. You know, kind of disperse the colors across the page a bit more. That just kind of works for my brain better, I guess. This sort of a flower I find tricky to color. Let me get you a little bit closer. Okay. I actually do find them hard to color. Okay, I'm putting a little bit of that acorn brown in the middle. Very little. Okay. And I'm also putting a little bit of the same color here at the tips of the flowers. I'm essentially creating a little birdie at the end of the flower. It's very, very far from you, isn't it? Okay, let's try if I can get... Okay, that's better. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm getting a little birdie shape here. So, like that, like that. And I'm softening the birdie shape slightly downwards. I'm not basically coming up with a method how to color these flowers. Sometimes I actually struggle with RJ's flowers. Well, I struggle with petals and flowers to start with. It's often not my favorite thing to color, which is one of the reasons I pretty much now considering that I probably will need to destash my Layla Dooley. I have 2 of them, and I have not colored either one of them. And I don't think I will. They might not be my thing. This is now once again the dark magenta that is not dark magenta, but never mind. It'll do. So, and pulling that to the sides of the petal as well, by leaving a bit of a gap between the colored pencil and the edge of the petal. I'm doing the same here. Shen, why are you shouting? There was some sort of an event. The dog barked and then ran downstairs. Maybe somebody came in. Everybody is getting so grown up in this house. People come and go, do their own thing. Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't. Great. And also deeply disturbing. Okay, so the dark orange comes out again, the magical dark orange. Oh, hi, Yana, how are you? 8-hour shift today. Oh, wow. Just, yeah, I've been, you know, I whine that I'm tired, but I haven't really done anything today. I can only imagine how beat you must be. And now I'm just dropping a little bit of that dark orange here into the blend from the edges, coming inwards essentially from the edges, while still keeping that little line on the sides going. But now I'm not really pulling that line any further. I'm pretty much leaving it as is. If it's a bit too harsh or sharp looking or too thick looking, that line as it finishes, I'm softening that very, very slightly into almost nothing with that dark orange pencil. After that, I am not extending that line anymore. And okay, where's my, oh here, and my Autumn Glory. What a name for a pencil. Coming quickly downwards, and you can see how it goes down really rich on this paper, but it doesn't leave behind this very strong texture that can be a total bane for this paper. That is why I like them here. And now there's gold yellow coming inwards also with that one, but not covering whole of the white area. Just coming in like that, coming in like that. And now the rest of the area that is uncolored. Hello.
Yo.
Kind sir.
What's that? These?
Oh, thank you.
A
couple maybe, yeah.
Some of this.
Oh, wow. What's happening? Can you bring me kvass from the fridge?
You what?
Kvass. All I know is what it is. It's on the fridge door. Big bottle, brown. Twist up.
Sure.
Can you?
I'll find it.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. You can have those for a little bit while I'm...
Sorry, my son brought me a spice bag. Well, snacks. He's been to Chinese. Oh, hi Kim. Sorry. Hi Louise. Okay, so I'm taking light yellow while eating chicken. That's what he brought me. It's really nice spices on it. It's really tasty. And nobody, of course, wants to listen to me gnawing on chicken while I'm trying to speak. It's the height of rudeness going on here. See, I'm going over those white areas now with that really light yellow. And see, a pretty flower. And then once everything is finished, I will put with yellow gel pen a couple of yellow dots in the middle. That's very nice. Can you get it open or?
I opened it. I got it close. Is the issue.
Okay. No, it doesn't need to be closed. Thank you. Thanks a million. Oh, can you leave me like 2 chips or something like that?
I got you. I'll open this.
I'm stealing that one piece of chicken that you took.
I should get like a paper towel or something for you.
Oh, I have it here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I always have paper towel. Paper towel and baby wipes.
Hi guys.
Say hello to Killian.
Hello.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Yeah, thank you. That's plenty.
Are they greeting me?
Alright, let me see. I can't really see behind you. Yep, yeah, Killian.
Alright, hold on, let me see.
Is this artist edition paper? No, Kim, that's the most basic of Amazon papers.
Hello. Oh, I forgot you've moderators now. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Whoa. Who spelled my name with a K? Who spelled my name with a K?
Shush.
Ban them immediately. Ban that person.
Aww.
Patricia, you're on the chopping block.
Be no forgiving, Killian.
What's
behind your ear? There's something behind your ear.
It might just be my glasses.
No, just please turn your head. No, there's some sort of a dirt. Yeah, it fell off.
Okay, sure.
Dirt, literal dirt, like flakes of something. He is a good son, that's true. He's very nice. Did you get some for Rosa?
I went to her first.
Or did you?
She took a singular trip, and that was all she was allowed.
Oh my god!
Well, I told her she could take 2. She was only able to get 1, and I wasn't gonna let her reach in again.
Oh come on, give her one more.
I paid for this. I'm gonna go eat it myself now.
You can take one of mine, Orla.
Goodness.
Those prawn crackers?
Yeah, it's brown crackers. Do you want to put on mine?
Prawn crackers if you want. Just take them. Go.
Oh my god. See, brothers and sisters, you know?
Alright, don't ever talk to me ever again.
Ah. Nice. I found in one of the Polish shops that stuff. Jana, you know what that is. I love kvass. Let me see. Killian is hilarious. Yes, he is. He's my son. Surely he's going to be hilarious. Don't smirk. You took my only piece of chicken.
I took a bite of your chicken.
You can take it, it's fine. That's all I hear, by the way. Manage me being American. Somebody spelled Killian with K and Killian went post all about it.
I'd like to clarify when he was saying don't speak to me ever again, he was talking to me, not her.
funny. It's funny when people stream with the kids and grandkids. That's a deep voice. Yep. Got that from my hubby. He has lovely deep voice as well. Oh, family stream. Hi, Yola. I mean, there's that beer with K, right, Patricia? Little Killian, I will never make that mistake again. Having a Heineken here, says Nessa. Not a Killian's Irish witness. Oh, good. Oh, somebody said hi, Ola. Okay, doke. So, have you done with yellow now? Can I put away my yellows? Or should I make one more yellow flower somewhere? Ah, whatever. Enough of yellow flowers. I'm now bored with yellow flowers. ADHD at its finest. Sorry. Kvass needs to be drunk when it's still cold. So.
Or not all.
It's lovely. I love kvass. It's not alcoholic, by the way, kvass. It's kind of slightly fermented drink. It's nice. But it's a quiet taste. Definitely depends on... That one is slightly too strong, but not too bad. My daughter would say that to me. We should all be drinking Guinness. Such a lovely child.
Ow.
Many times. Yeah, of course. Are you okay? Oh, is the dog hugging you? Okay. Kim might pass. Sorry, Kim, no alcohol for me. No, Kim, doubt I could find a thing like that here. I mean, I'll pass too because not gluten free. Okay, so green maybe. There's a lot of green though. Let's do some of the purple flowers or kind of like violet flowers first, and then do some green. Because I don't want to do the whole green thing, otherwise it's going to be just boring green. Whole video or live stream of doing boring green leaves. Okay, so I think I'm going to do these ones here. And I think I'm making them, sorry, burpees, the prawn crackers. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is my life, people. This is my life. No, they genuinely are lovely. They are lovely. Okay, so I'm doing the same thing with the purple as well. Okay, this color actually is a really nice color, like quite rare in a budget set like this. And it's, look at how dark it is. It's called Black Berry, and it's nice and deep reddish purple. You see that? Yeah, that's not very... Are you okay, babe?
Just grabbing some of these.
Okay.
I need them. I got some honey ribs. So
You got some honey ribs?
I did for myself.
You're so
I'm gonna be
greedy.
playing some horror games with Tomas and Dahi. So
Online, yeah?
if you hear any yelps, that's why.
Okay.
I'm not being
You're not
attacked.
very good with horror, though. You don't like horror.
I'm not.
Yes?
I'm better these days.
Okay.
I'm better. Not great.
Not great, but better. Chew the beer. Jeanette, your kids, children are so kind and loving. They are lovely. They genuinely are. I don't think green leaves are boring. If there's too many of them, I just get a bit bored. I don't want to do too many of them at the same time. You know what I mean? So I enjoy doing for a little while, and then I want to take a break and do something else because it's just very repetitive, and I'm not very good with long repetitive tasks. Horror games. Okay, sorry. I'll check sometime. Also because I prefer ciders and sours. I do like a beer. But that's not a beer, actually. That is a drink of its own. It's called kvass. And it's not a beer. It's kind of a soft drink, but you can do a web search, you know, how to make it, you know, what it is. Would be very bad about explaining it, I suspect. Horror games, tell me more. Oh, he left the room sad. Otherwise, I would have asked him to tell. I'm very good with horror. Are you? I mean, do you have Irish info? I came in late. What budget pencils are we using? Okay, we're using these ones, which I know. It's not good form of me. Let me see. Coming back. These are the ones. They are mostly, yeah, but they're really only available in Europe. And, you know, really Central Europe, kind of France, Netherlands. I think Poland would also have them. Shane, go ask Killian what horror games is he playing. Killian! And yeah, they're not really easy to find. So not really pencils that you can go and pick up online easily. But you know, pencil is a pencil. If people are living in Europe though, and you know they're really cheap. I got them this huge pack for €5 on Vinted, and they were factory sharpened. But you know, I think they are regularly usually like from 10 to 20 euros in these countries. If you can get them for that price, they're definitely, I think, worth the price. They just lay down super well on Amazon paper, which is why I am cheerfully here doing the Amazon paper stuff. And I like the box of them as well. I like how they're laid out. I like that the pencils, the plastic tray, you know, the flimsy plastic tray that is always awful to lift out of the box. And that's one of the main reasons we put them into the pencil cases. Well, these plastic trays come in cardboard trays. They're really nice to kind of spread out on your desk. So I'm not advertising them, okay? I'm not trying to sell you them because you would be probably struggling to find them anyway. And I don't even know who manufactures them. I think it's there's a chain called Action, or shop called Action, which is essentially like a pound shop or a dollar store or something like that. And this brand of pencils is actually kind of manufactured for them, you know, kind of they came up with those pencils. And I'm doing in these ones, I'm actually making the tips of the flowers dark as well, but I'm leaving a little bit once again of the white strip between the pencil and the edge of the flower, which works especially well because there's a black background. And now I'm taking that really dark purple again, which is called Blackberry in this instance. The names are delightfully unimaginative, as Auntie pointed out, which I don't have many issues with. Okay, so I am bringing that downwards. I put the brown down first just to give it extra depth. And when I'm going over that brown, very dark, it needs to be acorn. It's dark brown that is very neutral. It's almost like very, you know, a warm, very brown leaning dark gray almost. But it is more brown than gray, let's put it that way. Those neutral dark browns are sometimes really nice for just darkening extra, giving extra darkness to colors. So I'm doing that one here, and now I'm pulling up. So I'm getting into those petals here, and I'm pulling a little like a flick into each petal from this bottom of the flower, like this. Okay. And now I need something lighter. Okie doke. Let me look at the chat first. Oh, for you, they are boring. Irish pub in your town called Wits End. That is a good name for Irish pub. Kim, I love a beer, but I don't know any really good gluten-free ones. Neither do I, actually. That's one of the things that I don't really have many issues with. Ola has, I think, slight issues with the gluten, but I so far have not. Atlanta, I guess that's true, as I'm stalled out to my Rita Berman page and pivoted to scanning my coloring books into Color Buddy so I could find the mid-year coloring update tag. I can't drink any alcohol at all because some of my anxiety medications say it's not good to mix alcohol with the medications. Pretty much most of the medications are not really good mixed with alcohol, so yeah. With Annika, have you ever had Latvian balsams? No, I have not. I don't think so anyway. Not horror games, but horror content. I love a good horror movie if, okay, and if it's not a body horror, or like, you know, I can do gory if it's a dark comedy. If it's very intense and takes itself super seriously, then I kind of either get freaked out or lose my will to watch it. My favorite horror movie, well, horror, like how to describe what I like, both myself and Laura really like Ready or Not, which we think is the most hilarious movie. Okay, so I'm just flicking from, oh, darn, I'm out of shot again. Oh, damn it. Sorry. So I was flicking, this is kind of a, what name is that pencil? That's Rose Violet. So I was flipping up and down and left this white area in the middle. Mimosa, these pencils on place because sold by the store Action in the countries they operate. The store price is $12.99. Yeah, they're like crazy cheap. And they're good pencils. So if you can get them for that price, then yeah. And then the next color is light violet. And I'm going to once again flick it to the middle, from the top to the middle, top to the middle. And I don't know if I'm bringing that color or if I'm leaving the white at the edges pretty much mostly white. Okay, so I have these colors here. And now I'm taking a light orange. Right, not light orange, it's Autumn Glory, which is one of the fancier names. I'm doing the bottoms of these little stamens. And then I'm taking a darker yellow and I'm doing the tops of these stamens. Oh. And I might now go in with Blackberry and just, you know, put a bit of extra darkness so it would look a bit more like petals at the top here, you know, like in between them. Just separate the petals like this. I think that looks all right now. It is, you know, the fact that the light is slightly, you know, blowing them out is a bit of a problem here, but I hope you can see what I'm doing. Oh, good night, Jeanette. Sorry, I did not see you leaving. Any other recommendations on pencils on Amazon paper? I very rarely color fully on Amazon paper, but I have had usually success with pencils that are on harder side. I really liked Erogitans, by the way, on Amazon paper, funny enough. Then I have liked in the past Faber-Castell Black editions on Amazon paper. I would need to actually test them, maybe on this page as well. Then Polychromos are pretty nice on Amazon paper. I don't remember, were Black Widows nice on Amazon paper or not? I could actually test that out again. I love horror podcasts and novels and coloring books. I can't watch shows like American Horror Story, The Living Dead. I do love space horror like Alien and classic horror like Hitchcock or Friday the 13th. Yeah, I like these ones. And The Shining, yep. I only could watch some of American Horror Story, but because it uses real haunted history, folklore, and local myths and legends, I can't handle too much. I think I watched one season or something. I watched something of those series, but not a full one, not everything. Okay, I'm going to soften, yeah, and then bringing this one upwards, bringing this one upwards. This is the acorn now, the dark, almost grayish brown. And doing the tips of the petals as well with this one. Bit of hard line at the top and then slightly softened out bottom. There's a British series called Inside Number 9, which is kind of a, yeah, could be considered horror. There are horror elements definitely there, kind of a quirky, spooky often stories. And I really like that one. Loads of good actors, of course, and so on. Okay, I might as well put some in here as well, because that's going to be only other flower, I think, here that is exactly the same, and that I'm going to do with the purple or color as well. So I might as well color them in one go. I'm pulling myself into the shot with that one too. Okay. And that one was acorn. Then I'm going to blackberry, going over the brown. The brown was there not on its own, but to serve as a darkener for the dark purple. Okay. Let me have a look quickly at the chat as well. It's really scary to see some of that history brought to life on the screen. Maybe I should watch it. I only just got good enough to handle a good bit of Japanese horror, which is based in a lot of the folklore. They do have a rich kind of a horrorish folklore, though. I did like Hereditary and The Sixth Sense. I haven't seen Hereditary. I've heard that it's pretty darn scary. Sixth Sense I really enjoyed. That was a good movie. Stranger Things became too much for me. I got kind of tired. I watched first, I think, 2 seasons, and then I just kind of, I don't know, I dropped off at some stage. I didn't really carry through. So that one was a blackberry, and now I'm moving on to rose violet, which is just basically your typical fairly bright, like this color I rarely ever use on its own. It's not one of my favorite colors, but like that, in a bit of a gradient, it works perfectly fine. So I don't love that on its own at all, that color. It's kind of a harsh, very cold pink. Not my jam usually. And the funniest thing is when you would ask me what would be one of your least color, kind of favorite colors, I would often say very strong pinks. And then I look at my coloring pages and I actually use pink a lot. Pink and blue combos and that sort of a thing. So, gosh, okay, I forgot that I need to do this one as well. Here on this one, I'm not doing the top. I darken the top because it's already kind of half obscured. I want the top to be pretty strong and light to stand out. So I'm just going to let the color shine there. And I'm putting rose violet here, flicking it up. Flicking it up. And then I'm taking the light violet, all those imaginative names, and I'm flicking that. What is wrong, Shen? Okay, that was rude. What do you want? Gillian has the food, okay? I don't have anything. What do you want? Oh. You're so annoyed. Come here. Come here. What's wrong with you? Yes, that is by Enfield. Yes, yes. It's fantastic. It's number 9, the haunted house across the street from number 10. No, not exactly. Every episode is its own story. They're fairly short episodes, but they're really well written. Yeah, they're just fantastic. I have Rogerton's Living Quinn, but I haven't used them for so long. I gave up on them. Too hard. See, that's hard pencils are really nice on rough papers like that. They just take more building. Okay, so I'm putting these up. I think she's annoyed because the kids' doors are closed and she can't get into their rooms, and she's like, that's not how this household works. I can go wherever I want to go. Now, I have these flowers done. I need to do the stamens as well, but other than that, I have these done, and now we can maybe move on to some leaves. I need to figure out some green combo here. And then after we've done some leaves, I'll probably move on to color something else in this book. I'm guessing Downing Street is a real place. Yes. Is it good? He wants you. My God, love. She's very vocal. Yes, she tells you all sorts of things. She's very entitled. Let's put it mildly. But you know, I'm okay with that. She has rough past, so she can now have super entitled life. Atlanta, I read about cats. You have to either have open door or closed door policy, but you have to stay consistent or it will confuse them. You can rant on some news stream. No. Now did you know? Okay, let's put away my purples for time being anyway, and I'm going to pick out some greens. Okay, I'm leaving that acorn out because I might use that for darkening the greens. One Blazewick. Alright, so on this tray we only have fairly cool greens. Okay, let me go pull you back a bit so you wouldn't be so super close. So I don't really want to do very cool leaves. I want to have pretty traditional, pretty warm highlights. So I will pull, I already have the deep olive, so I have that one. I will also take this color, which is Emerald Deep, which technically doesn't really go very well with that combo, but it would be really nice for doing darker areas. Because by its nature, if it's cooler, it's going to work in shadows better, let's put it that way. And because we are essentially layering them, that's going to work well. Okay, and then I think I might take something like that, which is green. Yeah, green. Yeah, that will work all right. And now I need the highlight color also. If I take this one, or so this one is called light yellow green, which essentially is the right color. Yeah, I might leave that combo. I need to sharpen that one though. Sorry, that thing is loud, but it is what it is. I will also want to pull a little bit of ochre into the game here. I thought I had yellow ochre. Yes, there's yellow ochre here as well. Just if I want to add a tiny bit of extra warmth here or there. Oh, Atlanta, your dad has a blocked rant on. Gail, there's no hope of ever having a closed door in my house. One of the cats would tear up the carpets. Yeah, she'd just shout behind the door or at somebody until, you know, she gets what she wants. I think I heard Ola's door opening and her going in, so we're good now. Okay, so we could do, maybe start with this. Oops, I have missed the yellow here, so I put down the yellow pencil. There was a bit of white here in the background where it should have been yellow, so I just dropped in that light yellow pencil instead of pulling out the correct marker and whatnot. Who has time for that? Okay, so let's start with that emerald green, which is emerald deep. Sorry, it's not just green, it's emerald deep. And let me try to get you, yeah, to this shot again. Okay, let me see. Hope having the door closed and the cats. Auntie Annika calling Shen entitled reminds me, I've been meaning to tell you, Brixby is the talk dragon version of my little Zolo dog bear. I told you you'd like Brixby. I loved Brixby. Gail, if my daughter closes the door, Momo rattles the door to get in, and rattles the door to get out. I put a room darkening curtain in front of my door so I could close the curtain. Oh, mine, she never wants to get out if you're in the room, and she's in the room, she's happy out. She almost never wants to get out, except if she hears that somebody is entering the house downstairs. And she's like, okay, I need to go and check out who that is and say hello. That is pretty much the only reason she would want to leave your room. Usually she's happy wherever you are, you know. I think I might... Oh, I can't do that circled silver because there's leaves growing out of it. Gosh darn it. I kind of thought for a moment that I would like to do that circle with silver to have, you know, if I put some sparkle here, I would almost like the sparkle to be kind of a cooler because it's a, you know, there's a lot of warm colors on this page. So this leaf that I'm doing at the moment, you might see that I'm not doing much of a shading on that one. I'm just putting down pretty much all over that, well, most of the leaf anyway, that cooler dark green. That's because it's going to be behind other leaves and behind the petals. So now I'm going to go over that dark cool green with deep olive, so just warm and muted. So I want it to be green but very dark, like that, with not much texture or, you know, anything showing from it. Okay, and here I'm just pulling in the light yellow green, just a little bit, because that also is behind other leaves. So I'm just keeping it fairly simple. And now I'm going back to the really dark emerald deep. Momo likes to do her patrol and likes to have her freedom, so I never shut her in my room. My daughter, on the other hand, no comment. Or you have scratching pads and scratching carpets. Okay, especially for cats, Brittany. Okay. Cats would be nice. But Shen is not cat friendly, as I've said repeatedly before. And that is mildly put. She's a terror as far as cats are concerned. And usually she listens to me or Ola really well. Like, even if she's outside, like, she doesn't run away. She listens. She has a good recall. But then, you know, there's cat, and suddenly all her faculties are gone. She just loses her marbles. Yeah. It is what it is. So here I'm trying to create some veining and some shape for the leaf. Because it was... But here, where there's several things going over it, I'm kind of trying not to overcomplicate it, and I'm just putting pretty much flat color there. But here at the tip, I'm putting dark color, and then I'm flicking it slightly out, and I'm putting dark color here where the petal is overlapping it, and just a little bit of a lighter color in between. And the lighter color is going to be light yellow green. But I'm going over the whole thing with the light yellow green, so it'll warm up slightly. That really almost bluish green. Okay, so now I'm taking the deep olive, and I'm going over that texture that I put in there, and I'm also flicking a little bit of that color into the white area. but trying to keep it fairly tight so I don't overpower with the dark color, so there wouldn't be any room for any highlights or lighter colors. It's kind of very easy to go overboard. And now taking the light yellow green. Oops, I have forgotten to sharpen that one. Auntie, I usually have the living room to myself, so I stretch out on the sofa and the dog stretch out on me. After streaming today, I went to the living room and sat upright on the sofa. Two small dogs were very confused and then very industrious, trying to figure out how and where they could lay themselves down with me in this new and bothersome position. Oh, that is funny. How could you? Shen loves to sit on people or people's laps. There were periods of time when she essentially lived on me. Now she lives on Orla. She has kind of switched loyalties a little bit. But she likes, especially when you have something on your lap that she can sit on. Not just sitting on your lap, but like you have a nice cushion on your lap and she can then lay down and snooze on that cushion that is on your lap. So I've now gotten into the habit essentially always sitting with the cushion. Okay, and that's the highlight color, which is light yellow green. They really go down nice on this paper. They feel pretty rich, these pencils. Okay, and Emerald Deep. They do have their problems, of course. The color palette is a bit wonky. As you know, there's a lot of oranges and lots of very samey oranges, and a lot of very samey yellows, and so on. Also, the greens tend to be, you know, a lot of them are very similar. But to be honest, for a budget set, for a super budget set, that can be kind of almost a good thing, because if you run out of something, you can just take the next very similar color. Obviously, you can't get them open stock. Okay, I need to make that tip here dark, because these two leaves are probably going to be pretty light. Yeah. Jinx Chihuahua actually looked betrayed. How could you? We trusted you. Yeah, Shen is pretty much like that. And if she doesn't sit on your lap, then she will sit on the handrest of your chair or something like that. Kind of pressed against you anyway. Okay, and I'm taking now the light yellow green. Just they do give nice and rich color, and you don't have to work your hand into cramp to get rid of the paper texture. So yeah, genuinely useful. But I should also pull out some, you know, other pencils that I kind of vaguely remember liking on Amazon paper. See, I don't often, you know, if I color Amazon paper and use pencils, I mostly have something underneath. But working like that, actually, you don't need huge amounts underneath, you know? And I definitely am not going to be going to covering the lines here. I don't think that image is asking for them. Besides, RJ's line art is so lovely. I don't feel a need to cover it. Sometimes I do, if things get too black, you know, if there's too much line for me, I kind of soften it in some edges. But I'm not really, you know, trying to get rid of it. Oh, hi. Hi, Jana. They are pampered brats and absolute menace, and I'm not sorry. That is exactly my attitude. Shen can pretty much do whatever she pleases. Let's be honest, in this house. Okay, just putting in some texture with that dark, cool green, then going over it slightly with this muted green, which is deep olive, just to get extra dark green in these areas. And then I'm grabbing the green that is called green. Super imaginatively. I can just imagine the person who was naming them. This is green. Oh, I love it. And then, let's say, light yellow green, which is our highlight color. I kind of want to bring in here the yellow ochre as well. Just occasionally, I'm dropping into some leaves, like an extra highlight area, which I will do with the yellow ochre. Just for a bit of a variation. So, for the funsies, as you would say. Okay, I want to do this cluster of leaves here. Nessa noticed recently, so I will pass info on if you want a pencil that you can make super sharp on marabou paper. And it's a super budget price. Swookon art? Swookon art, yeah? They have a good core size too. Is marabou pencil paper known for dulling pencils? But they are 13 for a set of 48. Okay, I don't think I've ever heard of these ones before. Has anybody tried the Meaden pencils? These ones, you know, obviously they have sent it to fair few colorists and artists on the web, but I have also seen a couple of reviews that were people who actually, you know, bought them themselves, and they've been quite impressed with them. So I'm kind of curious, what are they like? Has anybody, you know, here actually tried them? Because I'm, you know, I tend to, of course you tend to trust people's opinion more if you actually know them. Do you know what I mean? So, okay, I'm putting some extra texture into those leaves because they didn't have, some of them did have some texture lines in, but some of them didn't. So I'm doing that with that cool emerald deep. Okay, and also in this one, I might as well do them all at the same time because they're all part of the same cluster of leaves. Okay, I need to make a tip of that one light because it's on the dark. So if I don't know if you noticed, but if the tip of the leaf is going to be on something very light, I tend to make it dark like that, so it would contrast well. If it's going to be on something dark like here, I will do the opposite and actually have it quite bright, quite light here to have a better contrast again. So they would stand out better. Okie doke. I think this leaf behind here needs to be pretty dull, flat color, otherwise it's going to take over the leaves behind it. So I'm also going to do those stems here. Okay. All right. Oh, sorry. Forgot about this one. I started doing that leaf too. Okie doke. All right. And now I'm taking the deep olive again. Just one thing left to do. Name the pencils. Who wants to take point of that? Crickets. Sagebrush rolls by. Oh. Thank you. An accident. An accident kept happening me the whole week. My evenings pretty much could be summarized by napsidents. Like anything I planned to do in the evening never happened because I had another napsident. Sometimes you're just mentally not there. The fact that I don't really sleep much at night doesn't help, I guess. Okay. Pulling that. Just making sure that I'm no, and now I'm taking which one is it now? I meant to take the green. These leaves are going to come out much lighter, it seems. I want them to stand out a bit more here. Okie doke. Starting to take shape here. Now this tip here, because this leaf is basically sitting on top of two fairly dark leaves, which are deliberately made dark. Now I need to make this tip here pretty bright, light red. So it would stand up out and be kind of lifted forward. No? And now I'm grabbing my light yellow green, which is actually genuinely lovely. Warm, bright, but still natural green. It doesn't feel like a toxic green. Do you know what I mean? But I'm still leaving here some white areas on these leaves, even with that. Usually this would have been my lightest color on the leaves, and most of the leaves which are more in the background, like here, or behind things. But this one should stand out quite a lot because it's kind of on its own here. So, and this one also needs to stand out from the background. So I'm taking now the yellow ochre and I'm putting that into the white areas that I left. They're like small areas, but there's enough of them. And here too. Like this. Like this. Like this. That immediately lifts the leaves from the background a little bit more and gives them a bit more interest. Now, that is done. And if I feel like, oh, I covered, you know, I put a little bit too much light color on top of the darker one, I kind of soften them too much, I can go into the shadow areas and just add a tiny bit more of a dark. So the lost shadows would come back. The lost shadows. Okay. Now, will I do any more leaves or shall I move on to something else? Okie doke. Let me look at the, oops, I'm missing, oh my gosh, I missed a lot of chat. Let me go back. Chris, I have used a variety of pencils and marble paper and have not noticed any dulling, but I am a layerer, so I do lots of light layers. I think I have one book published by Marabou, but I can't recall what it is or if I worked in it. Even though the 120 brute force squares are a budget set of colored pencils, the colors in that set of colored pencils are different enough that when you run out of one color, you wouldn't be able to, okay, I presume, find anything similar to color with. Oh, Brittany, okay, yeah, there are sets that don't have many similars. Oops, I missed that leaf again. But this specific set, there are quite a lot of quite similar colors that, in my opinion anyway, you are well able to replace them with, you know, you can just carry on with a different pencil. Okay, I forgot that I was working in this area as well, so I'm doing quickly that. So this little corner here will be kind of finished. Now, and putting the light yellow green here as well. On this paper it really blends well. Okay, and I'm finishing this leaf here as well. It needs to have a good amount of light in it because it's on top of these dark leaves, so it would kind of come forward then. So our famous green pencil, that is called a green pencil. It's basically the mid-green, but a fairly natural looking one, which is what I was aiming for here. And light yellow green, which is really beautiful highlight color for greens. And I'm dropping in some yellow ochre here on the top as well, just to bring it more forward like this. Okay, I think I'm going to now put that green combo to the side. Otherwise, I'm going to do endless leaves on this page because there's a lot of them. And it probably won't be very fascinating to watch, let's be honest for you. Let me... Okay. But Sorry. I hope the sound is back. What happened is that I opened my box of pencils and the lid hit the mute button on my microphone. Why are we shouting? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, if you need to talk to me, so I actually noticed and put things into caps, because sometimes, especially if the chat is moving fairly fast, it's easy for me then to know that you definitely want me to address whatever you're saying. Ola has left me 2 chips. Oh, sorry, 3 chips here. No. Sound is good. Yeah, that's because that was my own stupidity. I didn't notice that I had hit. I opened the box and essentially hit the microphone, and now the microphone has the mute button at the front. So yeah, that's the since I've got a fancy microphone, things like that has started to happen, because the previous microphone didn't have any buttons. Okay, so I thought, since I have this in front of me, and I might do one element or something with these pencils. Those are essentially Black Edition. They're the same, okay? They are Black Edition. Well, they're called Eco Super Softs. They're Faber-Castell. Basically, they are the same pencils than Eco Super Softs or Black Editions. There's just a market difference and so on. And these ones just have a fancy all wood body. They're lovely pencils. And I'm using them a lot, as you can see. Like, they're going down pretty fast. Did you notice Jana's new pencils? I did. I actually talked about that a lot before I actually saw your conversation about Venus. You know, the vibratory things. I was laughing my butt off, and it all got lost because the sound was gone. And then before anybody else said anything, I said, "Oh, that reminds me of the lady razor." And then you said that as well. Looks like I have some vintage pencils here. Coloray were created by Faber-Castell, and the Magnolia Reliance are also vintage. That is so cool. Oh, Christy, oh, you know something about that. They were made in Newark, New Jersey, is NJ, New Jersey, yeah? From the 50s to 70s. Then the company that made them, Venus, got bought by Faber-Castell. Okay. They're a sister pencil to Canadian version called Laurentian. How do you know all that stuff? They are really nice. No, I'm very curious about pencils I'm never going to touch, okay? Oh. Okay, that bird. Can we try to do something? The problem with this is 36 pencil set. 36 pencil sets problem is always going to be that there's never going to be enough darks. Never. So in that case, I am grabbing the dark violet or purple or whatever, sharpening it up, and I'm doing the shadows with that one. Yes, they do lay down nicely on this paper. I remembered correctly. I do. I still do like them on this paper. They have the same vibes, that they go down nice and pigmented, but not too textured. So putting shadows here, and probably here near the nose is going to be pretty dark as well. Or the beak, not nose, whatever. You know what I mean. Okay. And okay, I'm too far from you again, am I not? Let me get you closer. Pulling the bird to the spot where you can actually see it. Okay, now you can see it. I know that there's interference, as I said. There's not much I can do that, unless I would have like 2-camera system or something, which could be a possibility. That, you know, one camera is just closer. Oh. I have a full set of Laurentian, which another pencil I've never heard of. I trade to know everything about colored pencils. Oh. No, I collect vintage Prismas, and I have learned a bunch of random info in process. Also, there's a brand Dixon here. Dixon, I have heard. I know brand Dixon, but I'm not sure if I associate it with pencils. Okay, so I'm putting that into these shadows here. And I'm separating these feathers a bit. Putting it down there too. Do I need to go? Yeah, like that. So I now have the shadow down. And they genuinely do go down nicely on this paper. I really enjoyed them on this paper. And ow, 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 ow. I got my pencil caught between other pencils like this. And now, next color I'm going to grab is the darkest green I have here. And Pedigree by Empire. Oh, hi, hi, it's Emma. It's probably going to be a quick visit because it's shattered. Because I is shattered. Okay. It's like, what? What is shattered? These Dixon ones suck. Chris Dixon, Ticonderoga, mustard yellow #2 pencils. What back to school may smells like? It's the Rolling Stone songs. Gail, I got a few American Prismacolors from eBay. Just aquamarine, true green, and sky blue light. They seem such a better quality pencil. Shattered earworm. Knackered. Be right back. Okay, so I'm going in now with that green on top of that purple. And the beauty of these pencils are, compared now to those Dutch pencils that I've been working so far, the Van Bleeswijk, I think was the name again, is that these ones are pretty opaque. That is one of the biggest differences between them. So I can totally fight that quite strong purple with the green. This is kind of a middling green, and it would not go down as dark as I would like to get a proper shadow. So to get a proper shadow and good contrast on this bird, I go down first with a really, like you could see yourself, it's like bluish purple, you know, bluish violet or bluish purple or something like that. You can also use navy blue, dark blue, if your set has that, if it's a small set. Depends what dark pencils you have, essentially. Here, that specific one I consider one of the darkest. I could do it with a black as well, but I don't really want here the black layering would be a little bit too much for me, I think. So I'm just using that violet here. Does it have a name on it? These ones usually don't have name, they only have numbers. Okay. And I think I need to put a little bit of color here too. Okay, and now I'm grabbing the next green I have here, which I need to sharpen also. Lighter again, and brighter. Just bringing it upwards. Here too. Okay, and now I can take the lightest green, bringing that one upward a little bit as well. I'm leaving still a little white stripe on the highlight areas. I'm not totally making everything green. And then I'm taking, here actually I have neon, but I could just go regular yellow. But to give it extra boost and bring it out from the surroundings, I'm actually adding neon yellow here as a highlight. This is one of the few 36 sets that for some reason has neons in it. This is not what you usually would expect in 36 set. But hey, I can't complain because I am using them. And I'm taking now a little bit of orange, just a tidbit of orange. Putting it here. Taking a bit of yellow. Ouch. No, that's not yellow. That is yellow. Putting that one here as well. Over the eye, that little ridge. And then did I have a darker brown? Any darkish browns? Okay. This is the darkest that I can get here. So I'm putting that around the eyeball. I actually need to bring black in because that just isn't dark enough. So I'm going to put alrighty. And then I'm dropping in some of the yellow as well here. And afterwards I can put the highlighting to dye and everything, but and go around it more with black to kind of give it a bit more shape and contrast. And then I am dropping into this little color or whatever. I'm going to put in a little bit of brown and diffusing it out. And I'm grabbing lighter brown, diffusing that one upwards as well. And then I'm bringing in yellow. And there we go. There we go. Dirty done. And it does have enough contrast. Actually, it has less contrast on the camera than it does in real life. But you can totally do everything with the 36 set as well if you just kind of mix your colors and ignore some of the conventions. Let me see. Kim, I made a mistake of going back to big box store today where everyone and the children were shopping for back to school. Oh no, yes. School starts either Monday or Wednesday, depending on the district. Big mistake. Oh. Emma, oh, I've got some random Crayola pencil sets from God knows where. They're definitely vintage, but they work beautifully. Kim, glad you made it out alive. I was just thinking, wow. Yeah, that rush. It's one great thing now. I remember that school, a rush as well. But nowadays, the schools pretty much provide everything from the school books. It just changed now in the last couple of years. Kind of gradually they are providing more and more and more. You get the books from the school. You don't pay for them anymore. We used to pay for everything. Now you don't pay for the books, and even now the copies, you get even from the school, and exam papers and stuff like that. So yeah, it has become a lot better. So I don't really need to do a big shop before school year that much anymore. P.S. Annika, says Emma, I treated myself to a set of Verochitan pencils and I'm in love. They are fantastic. They're lovely for layering. They're building up. So nice. Welcome back to this side of sanity. I'm kind of hiding out until everything settles down. Yeah, no, I was given a set of Burrell and Sanford Prismas now from when my cousin was in architecture school in the 60s. They are my precious. You had no idea what he gave me. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that before. That's just amazing. Kim, the price I pay for being retired, no longer fully tuned into these dates. I mean, I'm substitute teaching again, but no one's going to call for a sub these first couple of weeks. So actual start date was off my radar. Okay, that makes sense. Kim, which is dumb because after 29 years, I should know. Oh. I'm still absolutely tuned into the academic calendar. I'm sure you were just preoccupied. And I live near school, in fact. I walk out of the back of my apartment. There's a bike path, not patch, that is used to commute to the elementary and middle high school. Huh. Talking of neons, says Emma, there's a lot of stationery on sale, which back to school stuff, big to lovely wee set of pencils that include fantastic neons for around $2. Okay. They are called B Cosmos pencils. Well then, that's a good info. Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't really looked at the school supplies. As I said, we don't really buy them anymore here now. They get all of the school supplies essentially from the school. There are certain things that they do need the parents to buy as well, but usually you don't know before they go into the school, and then the teachers will tell them, get this or get that, specific one. So we don't get, like we used to get this list of books and, what is needed, like the shopping list from the school before, like, a couple of months before the school started, and then you had to go and buy them, and it was like, always in hundreds. But yeah, you don't have to do that anymore, which is great. I really want to go to Barnes and Noble to get the Francois Gautier Dragon book. Didn't think till just now that it's next to the Target. Oh yes, oh yes, yes. First, that you are the coloring queen. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But that was very kind of simplistic, but it's a good example, how simply you can get even strong gradient without really having a strong gradient in your set. Smile because school supplies were restored pretty much 2 weeks after school got out in June. And yet everyone is at the store the Saturday before the first day. It's always like that, though. Always. Okay, so let color some other page for a little while as well, because otherwise we're just going to do endless leaves or kind of tiny flowers, which are going to be hard to do on the camera unless I pull it really close, so you get decent quality after I get close enough. I don't really know how I'm going to do. I don't think I'm going to do them very white, or maybe I will, because these ones essentially should be white, shouldn't they? Those little bells. Anyways, I was thinking about maybe doing something. This page seems to be super popular. I've seen it colored so many different ways. Oops, now I'm too much zoomed in. Yeah, this page seems to be hugely popular. It's why, because school supplies were in stock. Oh, sorry. Callie, I have a small eagle set of Prismas in the hard plastic package that is very old. Found in thrift store. 11 pencils for 99 cents. What? What? The school provides supplies in other countries? What a novel concept. Yeah, they didn't used to. That is now the last couple of years. They have gradually started doing that. So there's still plenty to pay, you know, during the school year, but at least you don't pay that. Okay, so that is cute, that is cute, that is cute, but I don't really feel like doing it. Oh, actually, yes, might do one of the cats. What do you think? Because I did start on this sky, which is where I discovered. I thought at first when I got these One Blazewick pencils that they were pretty opaque, because I tried them on like Amazon packaging, you know, those envelopes that the books come in. I kind of scribbled onto that one. Ooh, that's opaque, but it was just very, very grabby surface. That's why they looked opaque, but they're not actually very opaque at all. And you see it here. You know, I used different colors, and I didn't really manage to bring anything very strongly forward, which is fine. You know, it actually looks okay with the night sky. I will add a little bit on this side. It's a bit better visible. I will add a little bit of Prisma white to bring some of those swirls of the sky out more. Kim, half the people at the store are probably teachers buying supplies for the students out of their own salary. Yeah, that's not a thing here. Well, there are teachers that maybe, you know, buy, you know, some of the supplies, you know, kind of a very specific things. If it's not something that, you know, but usually no, you know, everything is provided by the school. And also by the, we pay kind of at the beginning of the year, there's kind of like admin fee and, you know, all sorts of different charges that include, you know, making copies and lockers and, you know, what, all sorts of things. So that's around 120 euros, I think, for the full year. And pretty much all the schools have that charge. Okie doke, let's put a sheet behind you. Come on. I have a bit of a lip on the sheet, backing sheet, because then it stays in the place better. And it's kind of slotted behind a couple of pages. Okie doke. I love this time of year. You can get stationery super cheap. It really makes my stationery holding dragon very happy. Kim, that shouldn't be a thing anywhere. I would love American teachers to just stop. Parents would be shocked at what classroom would look like without teachers spending money on their own classrooms. Yeah. there are things that, PE teachers do with kids, kind of like decorating and, kind of, you know, sometimes fun painting of the walls, even, murals and whatnot. But yeah, supplies should be provided by a school. That's kind of, I never understood that concept that teachers have to do it themselves. How? Why? Emma, has anyone watched the lengths some teachers go on TikTok setting up their classrooms? It's insane. We were lucky to get one wrinkly poster stuck on the all-textured blue notice board. To be honest, it did not mean that your education was any better or worse for it. And there are some teachers, even in the schools now that have this, kind of like little reward box or little snack box, or, Mola's one of favorite teachers. She is a fantastic teacher. Like, if I grew up and if I were to be a teacher, I would wish to be that teacher. Like, she's amazing. She's English teacher. And she has these kind of vouchers for hot chocolate. You can make yourself, if you impress her with something, you can earn vouchers for hot chocolate. She has a kettle and, hot chocolate sachets in the class, so you can make yourself hot chocolate. And I'm pretty sure that she buys those herself. That's kind of, some sort of an initiative that she does herself, and I'm pretty sure that she would buy them herself. But it wouldn't be something hugely expensive. There's one public school county, I can't remember the name of, here in Georgia, that starts going back to school in the last week of July, though. Okay. It's like the classroom for the kids, or is it the parents and admins? Yeah, that's also, the ones that are decorating it as madly as that would be the ones that are doing it for huge amount of views, which probably will bring some of the cost of the stuff that they are spending back. Also, a lot of them will get sponsored by different companies that provide all sorts of different, stuff for school use. So often the stuff that isn't actually bought by themselves, but they kind of set expectations for, all other teachers and also parents, that this is how the classroom should be like, and this is how the teacher, should decorate the classrooms, and that should not be the case. They should not be doing it out of their pockets, definitely. And those expectations should not be there. Willow's teacher for last year had a reward box for his desk for himself. This I can get behind. Yes, Kim. I was like, yep. Bit my tongue on that one. Piece of candy. Didn't walk into the principal's office and quit. Little Debbie snack cake. When I was teaching, I would spend about $1,200 a year on supplies. That is ridiculous. The budget and supplies provided by the district were never enough. Yeah, that's the thing. But if all the teachers just stop doing that, what would happen? If the teachers keep doing that, then the system will just blatantly take advantage endlessly. I don't know. It's easy for me to say, I'm not really, in that system, so I don't really know. And I'm not a teacher to start with. Well, by education, in theory, I kind of am. But I've never taught a day in my life. So, yeah. Funny how life goes. Okay, let's try to make like a spotty cat. What do you think? Since we already have the sky there, I might as well try and color bits and pieces of this one. So maybe make this cat, I need to get to my neutrals now, but I also need to have some, I do have some oranges already out. I do need some grays, some browns. I have the dark brown out. So I have a reddish browns. I think that one might work. Dark red brown. So clever. So clever. Oh, and that one, which looks like a bit like sienna, but it's called light brown. Is there a sienna? Red brown. Okay, I'm taking these red browns. They all might work. But I also need this kind of a golden color, which is golden brown. And I'm taking black and this gray blue. Okay, and maybe these two as well. They're like cloudy gray and French vanilla for the light parts of the cat. I also need something peachy. Okay, so there's a pile of pencils I took out. I need something peachy-ish. The peachy tones are here. And maybe that. Light peach. I have no idea how it's going to come out now. I'm going to try to do kind of like a spotty cat with 3 colors. What time is it? I think we should have, hopefully, time to do it. Let me see what's happening now. This is what I would always tell my colleagues. Yes. Willow School PTA put out a request for old Halloween costumes and then Christmas jumper for at Christmas, which was okay. You know, if it's something that wouldn't have use in the house anymore anyway. We had tax deduction of 250. I really tried hard to stop at 250. Oh. I thought they were maybe giving them less privileged kids, but no, they were selling them. Oh, oh. I thought as well that they were maybe organizing some sort of a parties and, you know, giving out costumes and using them for that, but they were selling them. I sometimes see a box where I get my mental health services and my part of the adult autism services asking for winter coat donations and canned food donations. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I think, or is there? Tracy, I would have liked teaching better than nursing. I'm not sure. Now I'm going to make you dizzy for a while. Okay? I'm going to try to bring my camera down a bit so I would have less of a noise and you could still see what I'm doing. I can't get it too close, otherwise my hand will start hitting the camera, but I think that is better, especially if I now maybe do a zoom cam. Yep, that works well. I just pulled my camera down. Tracy, don't be too sure. I gave all Willow's old clothes to the children's center in the end. That is a good place to donate, thanks. Teachers get burnt out just as much as nurses do. Willow School is in a privileged area, you know. They can afford to buy stuff new. It really annoyed me. Okay. I had a bit of a hydration. And now we're going to try and figure out if I need some pinks as well, don't I? Some pink. Well, this pink, because I need the ears to give some pink into the ears. And is that enough, that pink? Might be. We'll see. That's a nice pink anyway. I really like that pink color. It's called Coral, and it's a lovely pink. I'm going to show you. It's really nice. It's soft, warm, kind of a vintagey pink. It's lovely. They all drive in with the Mercedes, Range Rovers and BMWs. And I just thought it was really cheeky. Okie doke. Now, the edges here, there's a moonlight behind them. So, I'm going to first, before I do anything else, I'm going to go around outlines of the cats. At first with the yellow. I might change it into a bit more peachy tone. But at the moment I'm putting in the yellow, because I can always darken it, but I cannot bring it back into that yellow. So I'm going to put that. It's a light yellow. It's called light yellow. I think in many sets that would be called possibly, or even cream, or lemon yellow, or something like that. Lemon yellow would be a bit too harsh, maybe. It's a genuinely nice light yellow. It's a good color. Quite impressive, actually. Okay. The tail is definitely going to have a highlight here, but I'm going to put a little bit of a highlight there as well. And now I need a light blue, because this highlight would not hit the legs at the front here. So I want a really light blue. And the lightest I have here actually isn't super light, but hey, it'll do. It's called, yeah, that's one of the things about this set. There's not too many very light colors. It's called Light Sky Blue. It's one of those sets when it's good if you have next to you another kind of a supplementary pastel set, like the one Brutfuner has, or color, or you know, a lot of them have kind of a like pastel set. So I'm going to put a little very narrow blue highlight here into the legs, and I should do the same thing since I'm at it to the other cat as well, so I would not forget. So putting those soft highlights in. And here is going to be also bluish highlight, because the moon is not hitting it. And here also underneath the arm, where the moonlight can't really hit anymore. Okay. And now I'm taking the yellow again. As I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to leave it at yellow. And I'm changing it here to blue, actually. Yeah. And, or if I'm peaching it up. But, yeah, that decision comes a bit later. Let's put it that way. Okay, and... But it's a good idea to kind of protect those highlights. I definitely kind of want to peach them up on this cat. But hey, I'll see. I'll see. Okay, now, and now I'm taking first, I think, let's put down the base first, actually. And I think the base is going to be really, really... Okay, I have the things now in awkward spots here. Okie doke. Now, working over everything with the color that is here called French Vanilla. It's a very neutral beige. And I'm just using it here as a base for the pencils to grip onto. So you would get, it's just easier blends. And because I've already protected those edges with yellow, they will stay. The very, very gentle highlights. And I'm putting that all over the cat. I'm not sure myself now how well or how bad it's going to come out. I don't know why I wanted to make multicolored, but here it is. This is the urge. Okay. So that went quick enough. It's just a very, very soft base. It doesn't have to be super even or anything. It's just as long as you have some light pigment down, that is fine. Okay. And now I can actually grab... should I start from the dark or should I start from the light? I might start from the dark. So I'm taking the actual black and I'm starting to map the dark spots, the dark areas. So there's going to be here on top of his ear, but I'm leaving a little bit of a highlight area here, and I'm also putting that black actually as a shadow very, very gently. It's going to be a layering job, so you can use black in the layers, absolutely. I'm doing the same here. Just putting that in. And I'm putting in the black here as well. And here I'm pretty much flicking all the time. Even if your flicks are relatively gentle, it's still, in its essence, gives a bit of a fur effect. Like that. Going down here. And I'm bringing that. I'm just establishing where the dark areas are first. It's often just easier. So I'm bringing a bit of a shadow like that. Because the light is coming from there, this side is going to have a bit of a shadow. I'm doing it actually with black, but I'm doing it with a very gentle hand. So the black works more like dark gray, maybe. Putting some very gently into the mouth as well. And here in the corner. Okay. And now I want to have dark area here. So I'm working it maybe this way here. Okay, now we need to establish the spots. Okay, that's going to be interesting. So, working it down. At first, I'm going to put them down fairly light. So, it wouldn't be very harsh. And I'm working in short strokes. I'm establishing the areas here, not putting down very strong. Okay, so I want to have like color variations and different spots. So I'm leaving gaps. I don't know if you saw, I'm leaving a bit of a gap here. And I'm trying to leave them in other places as well. Okay, let's bring your nose. Okay, bringing the nose down here. And okay, and let's do maybe around one eye, a dark area. Here I'm leaving this bit like narrower, bringing this bit more down here. And maybe take a little darkness here as well, so there will be like little flicks or little tight, squirly whirly movements. Wow, my terms are so technical. Let me see if I'm missing things in the chat. I probably am. I'm trying to establish where I was last. I might be looking for a magic painting I can do in September. Okay. I won't move ambient because I love it here, but they all look down on me in that school because I can't work, and it gets me sometimes. Gets to me sometimes. Oh, what the hell? Like, what do people get out of it? Ah, the judgment. Is it me, or do Prismacolors not have that many browns? I'm trying to color in a brown bird and I'm struggling. I've never felt the need with Prismacolors that, no, I needed more browns. Shen, will you please chill? Could you please do that for me? Could you chill? Sorry. Okay, so I want to have around one eye, kind of like a dark spot. So I'm trying to establish it here. I'm bringing it pretty far up and taking it under the eye as well. Sorry, I need to put blanket on a dog. Sorry, it had fallen down. I am so sorry. Are you happy now? Well, she's not shouting anymore. Okay. And maybe bring that shape like this down onto her cheek as well. And create a bit of a pattern here. Okay. And then the lid is going to be also dark, but just making around it darker. Okay. Alrighty. I think that's the facial spots or darker areas established. There's also going to be darker browns in the face, but at the moment I'm dealing with the black areas or dark gray areas or whatever. So I need to now go in with slightly stronger pressure and kind of establish Okay. And here also. Just making it, building it up a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm going to achieve the type of a cat I want to depict. I don't know, what is there, are they called tortoise or something like that? Tortoiseshell, something like that. Okay. And one of the main things is not to make it very kind of a uniform and super neat round shapes. Try to make it slightly haphazard, like here. I'm kind of happy how it came out in this area. Okay, so, and now where else could it have? Well, here, where the shadow goes underneath the chin anyway, and I might as well make that with black. It's not a super strong, super greasy black, it's more of a gray black. If you want really strong black, then you would need to put it down in many, many layers or apply a lot of pressure. That's one of the things about this set. It doesn't really have very strong black. Okay. So I'm essentially using the black as gray. Let me see what's happening here. Ambient. With my first daughter, I was one of the youngest parents, being in my 20s. Now with Willow, I'm one of the oldest. Brittany, oh, something about, oh yeah, you can't work either, certain jobs. Okay. I'm glad that those days are behind me, says Atlanta. I can't remember where I put my polychromos. I put them somewhere safe, and now the house has eaten them. Not everyone has that. Okay. I have 2 emotional support dogs and 4 emotional support cats. Though with Gizmo, I'm not sure who is whose emotional support. Christy M, if you have prismas in front of you, try using espresso as your darkest, dark brown and chocolate chestnut as your midtone, and sienna brown and beige sienna as your light. Christy, you're a font of knowledge. And I need to take a cat out. I think California is one of the more progressive states, yes. Oh yeah, the magic painting books. They just looked so nice. I'm kind of hankering for one, but I'm not letting myself to buy any books at the moment, so there. Tortoise, yes, Momo. Momo is one. Tortoise shells and every square inch is filled of different colors. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of trying to go for. I don't know how well I am going to be able to actually depict it, but we'll see. I want like different spots and different areas of color. And all the shapes to be slightly random and different. I really like that coat type on the cats. I think they look super cool. But I've never tried to actually color or draw one. So there we go now. Trying to do that in R.J. Hampson book. Okay, and all right. So, and this one I brought pretty far down. Okay, so I have this spot here. I think I might put some dark area here as well, but I'm putting it so it would be a bit random in its shape. And then I need to darken some areas of those darker squiggly shapes. And okay, so I think we make another one that comes down like this here. Bring it down there so the highlight would stay intact. And there's going to be just shadow area here, so I'm going to put some black in there. And we could do it, they come a bit of a irregular shapes, basically, is what I'm trying to go for. I don't know how well it's going to actually translate into what I want to do. Okay. And just putting the shadow down there, and all right, leaving that one as is, and maybe have a black patch here on the bum as well. Maybe going like on the knee, there might be black. I'm trying to be very irregular and random about it. I hope it's not going to look eventually like just the stripy cat, which is not what I'm going for. Okay. Okay, and here bringing a shape like this. And maybe bringing that black for underneath the guitar anyway. There's going to be a shadow here. And I might as well take that shadow down a little bit in some bits like this. And then okay. Am I moving somewhere with it, or is it going to be just weird what I'm doing? Oh well, we'll find out. So this one I'm just going to put pure black in there because it's so deep behind everything. And here I will also put some black, but I will leave a little bit here for the brown. And then there's going to be shadow underneath the guitar, which I'm just going to do as gray. Okay. And then I'm bringing out from the leg another black spot. All right. Well, we'll see how well this is going to work. Okay, so now next thing I'm going to take is darkish reddish brown, and I'm going to try and build darker brown areas. They're called tortoiseshell cats in UK, or calico cats. No, calico cats, yes. Beautiful morning dove just landed on my balcony. Aww. I don't know where mom is, but it's glowing pink. Oh, I'm so sorry, Brittany, about your loss. Aw. Did you know that there are blue pumpkins? Yeah, interesting. No, I didn't know that. Mourning dove. I don't have mourning doves here. We have colored doves, who are also beautiful, let's be honest. So now I'm taking that color, which is called dark red brown, and I am, that black is not dark enough. I need to, you know, at least some of it needs to be darker. I need to. Okay, so I'm bringing some of it down. It kind of needs to be a bit warmer, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll warm it up with some other stuff. Now I need to keep it somehow fairly random, so I need to leave little gaps and create irregular shapes of fur. Okay. All right. And bringing it up here as well. And maybe some of it here. Some tufts of hair, like, you know, that are this color. And then just pretty sharp transition to a totally different color. Gosh darn it, I've never done it, so it's a bit of a challenge, but hey. We'll see how it's going to work out for us. Just putting some of that color underneath the eyelid there. Yeah, like this, bringing it down this way. Okay, do I have any other colors? Maybe bring it in here as well. Okay. Just, yeah, I'm figuring things out here. Okay. She needs a bird TV. Momo is transfixed watching the birds eat the seed that fell on the balcony. Oh, I thought we had mourning doves in UK. Turns out we don't. We do have collared doves, doves though, because these hang out on or in our backyard quite a lot. Okay, so I'm putting in some of the darker color, bringing a patch of darker color like that here, and I'm creeping it, you know, smallish flicks. We'll see. Okay, And I think this one is going to be also red here. And this one might be red here. All right. Okay, and oh, I forgot the tail. There's actually a tail, which I totally forgot that there's such a thing. I didn't give it any dark patches, which I'm not really sure how to go about it now, so it's going to be some sort of a dark shape here. Okay, and I can put some brown in there as well, bringing some of the brown into the dark as well, so it wouldn't be just kind of one patch. I'm just trying to establish the areas, and once these are down, I can work with the shape a little bit more, but I'm trying to put those. I need to put a little bit of a shadow now behind the guitar. No, it's not a guitar. I thought the guitar. Oh, no. Yeah, there's a different color there. Okay. Okay, so these ones are going to be that color. And I'm not sure how. Okay, this leg, if I work it like this, maybe I should put some of the dark here as well. Okay, and okay, and what am I doing this leg? Maybe creating this sort of a border here. That would be darker patches. Yeah, this looks better. Okay, and maybe a little bit here. Okay, and now I need to get. I'm trying this light brown to see how this one will work. Just now I'm working kind of inside and over those very red brown areas to kind of warm those patches a little bit, give it color variations so it wouldn't be very one and samey. Also, I can start giving it a little bit of a shape. And there needs to be, okay, what, the nose is going to be pink, isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, so that one is there. Okay, this is just flicking extra, slightly different browns into already existing but very reddish brown areas. I'm not sure if it comes out okay or not. I'm just, yeah, I'm trying what something that I haven't tried before. Okay, and something underneath the nose. Just a little bit of a shadow here. And putting some into the corners of the mouth as well. So they would look nice and smiley. Okay, I'm taking the pink actually, and I'm bringing that into the ear. Okay, that looks better. All right, I definitely need stronger layers of the back, kind of to get the tones I want. All the shadows need to be strengthened here. At the moment it all looks very kind of a mid-tony. Okay. Okay. All right, and now I need something that is the golden brown. And I'm just flicking that, and that's a really kind of a warm yellowish brown. That I think is more of an undertone of the calico, so I'm trying to now go over the very overly reddish tones with it. Okay, how do you put, is there a bit of a shading like that on top of the nose as well? Okay. Alrighty. You know, there's something kind of building up slightly here, but not yet sure if I'm happy with what I'm doing. Might have ruined it altogether. I could use so much improvement with animals because I'm slightly afraid of coloring them. Oh, you're talking about cake now? Oh, lava cake, fudge pops. What is going on? Making me hungry here. My grandma makes s'mores bars with golden grahams, chocolate chips, and marshmallows. That actually sounds so lovely. Brittany, if I want a vanilla and a chocolate cake, I would have to make it from scratch using gluten and dairy-free mix. Yeah, that is true for, yeah. But you are able to do it at least. Nowadays you have those mixes available, so that's something. Char, not sure when I will next allow myself some. Oh. Yeah, I don't, cake usually, you know, I'm trying to get away altogether. I was offended the first time I saw them in the store. Grandma, they stole your bars. Oh. As long as I'm allowed to sleep most of the night, I can deal with the consequences. I can have the worst heartburn and eat fudge pop or regular chocolate ice cream and it's gone. Auntie, looks good to me. Okay, I hope it's going to be looking all right. It's still in the very much in a building stage. It's not ready. Let's put it that way. I forgot that this one needs to have a blue light. So I'm not trying to do like super realistic hair, but I'm trying to work in flicks, and that, you know, if you work a lot in flicks, eventually it gives you this look of as if it's hair. Okay. All right. Okay, and here probably needs to be, you know, kind of a darker areas. All right, so now I need to sorry, I'm gonna do, so now here, this is a light color, it's called cloudy gray. It's very warm, with a grayish beigeish tone that I like a lot, and I'm trying to now use it in the light areas. It's kind of like a shadow color. Basically, I don't really want to leave areas totally white, so I'm using that a bit like a white. Not quite. Like white shadows. And then I might drop in something else in the white as well. Okay. The same way I'm trying to kind of shape the paws with that one a little bit, because at the moment I don't really have not much shaping going on in there. I need to get I don't have any warm grays here. Oh, do I? I need to get a warm gray. Warm gray, warm gray. I knew I was missing something. Well, that's warmish. Let's consider it warm gray. It's going to be a sharpening sound again. Does anyone want to tell Annika Toti gets are almost always female, and that's meant to be a boy cat? Once again, I'm showing my ignorance here. Sorry. Too late to change now. Okay, I'm going to put that golden color here into that little paw. Bring in a bit of a shape upwards. And now I'm taking that gray as well. It's a fairly light gray. I'm not going very dark with these areas. Well, it's just going to be a super rare male tortie, okay? And who knows, maybe they're like lesbian cats. Okay, and using that cloudy gray again, or cloud gray. This is light but warm gray. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of that yellow, that very light yellow, and drop into some areas of the skin just for the funsies, to soften things. Okay, I need to put that cloud gray here too. The dog is dreaming. I can hear the little sleep noises. She's chasing the dream rabbits. It's really cute noises. I'm thinking it might be because it's serenading a cat with a flower, but then I suppose boys like flowers too. Or a girl cat. Girls can play guitar too. Like chocolate pudding frozen on a stick. You're talking desserts here. Luckily, this doesn't actually bother me hugely. I am pretty darn chill about desserts. Like, I can live without them. It's kind of a, well, if you don't consider, like, I love my fruit. I think my sugar intake and my overly, probably too much sugar intake is mostly coming from the fruit. I don't really eat many, sweets or treats or like that, but I do like my fruit. And fruit is, at its essence, still sugar. So, okay. I'm just putting some extra black in to darken some of the spots a little bit, to give it a bit more contrast. Because at the moment, it's kind of lacking it. I need red as well. Is that red? Vermilion. Okay. We'll work with you. Just bring in more of that red into the ears here. And into the mouth. Also. Okay. And then into the nose. The nose is going to be pink, isn't it? And we need the peachy pink. All right. I also need some gray or black, because that black is essentially gray. I'm running it a little bit more like underneath the nose to sharpen the shadow there. No. And that eyelid is weird. No, that's the wrong color. I meant to bring in the gray blue. Okay. Okay, I need to get black to the back. Back to black. So I'm just... Am I ruining it even further, or am I making it better? One actually does not know. It's dangerous as a female to sit with your knee wide apart. We've decided she's a lesbian now, Yana. Wee butch lesbian cat. There is kind of a rainbow in the background. Oh. Oh. Take up space, ladies. I like the gay cat theory. See? I mean, my mom had a gay boy cat once, so why not? Although I think it's tough to play sitting down guitar with your legs crossed. See, that sort of a thing happened in my stream. We have gay cats, to be precise, lesbian cats. We have all sorts of fun things here. And cookies, because we've been talking about desserts. Well, you have. I've been kind of coloring away, and there is passionate discussion about desserts on the background. Okay, so yeah, I need to just darken the some of the black areas, and this black doesn't really want to darken much. It's not a very I could, of course, in theory, bring in my Prisma black or something like that here, because that black is a little bit anemic. I need to really work it to get it stand out. In a way, it's kind of nice for layering, though, because it doesn't overpower right away. Okay. Now, I think it's kind of getting there. We need to put some of that really golden color into the eyebrows. So I kind of imagined those eyebrows kind of golden when I was starting to put the colors down. But then they didn't really work out exactly the way I imagined them. Surprise, surprise. That eyelid is weird and something is off about it. If I just keep working over it, eventually I'll get somewhere. Okay, does it look a little bit like calico now, people? Or did I just get it totally wrong? I'm just trying to make it even more irregular than it was in the beginning, but is it getting there? This is a very special stream. Fur is looking really good. You should be an animal portrait person. Thank you. I don't actually think it's super good, but you know, it's probably me once again. Okay, I want to make a bit more definition with the darker browns as well. The cat holding and playing the guitar on that image looks like there is something wrong with the eye that is sort of open, and it's also weird with the other eye completely closed. But neither one of the eyes are open. They're both closed. Is there something wrong? Quite possibly there is. I'm not sure really what I should do with the... I should put a bit more darkness underneath the eyelid here. So they would definitely look closed. I hope it's a little bit better now. She looks like she's impressing her with her soulful tunes. Second date moving in. It was a fight with another Tom and veteran cat fighter. What? Oh, people. Winner with only one eye missing. Yeah, it should be really like both eyes closed, not one eye missing, but we can go with one eye missing. We're creating a whole lore here for these two cats. Like I could just keep working, you know, the hair is one of the things, or fur, or is one of the things you can just keep working and working, and usually the more you work it, the better it looks. So here, I don't like the insides of the ears at the moment. There's something missing here. Okay. Maybe I should pull like some like hairs. So it would look a bit of a texture here. And adding a little bit of that golden brown. That golden brown really helped with the correct undertones or the colors for the tortoise or the calico cat. I think made it look much better. Okay. So, but it looks a bit different, isn't it? You know, it's not your typical one-colored cat. At least that's something. We're in the bed now from red skin. Got our play. Oh. Give her an eye patch. Chickstick eye patches. Oh. Looks amazing. Oh, thank you. You have made one closed eye like it has been bruised badly. But that's because it has a black area around it. I can, of course, bring some warmth into it. But that's just black patch around its eye. I think I'm going to leave it the way it is. I think it adds character to its face. Because that's not meant to be shading. It's meant to be how the fur of the cat looks like. There we go. Oh. And if it is bruised badly, then she was in a fight. It's fine. That's not a problem. Everybody can. Okay. It's not perfect, but I actually like that patch around its eyes, so I'm okay with it. I'm not gonna break my heart over it anyway. Okay. I think I need to put a little bit more shading into that. What time is it? Okay, we're getting now close to the soon wrapping up time. So, what is it? Light brown? Yes, I think I meant to kind of strengthen some brown areas. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. And this cat, I think I'm going to make kind of a gray slash pink cat. I'm not really sure how well it's going to work out. I actually had wanted this rose to kind of glow pink, but because those pencils are so transparent, it's not really showing what I wanted to do here. But I put some Prismacolor down. Where's my Prismacolor now? My Prismacolor supplies are getting so low. So low. The Prismacolor whites. They are not easy to get here. But I might have relatives coming this year from States. I'll get them to bring me Prismacolor whites. Hopefully, if I can. So I'll see if I put the pink on top of it. Will it give me that glow? The pink glow? Not as intense as I wanted to. I had wanted to kind of bring it. Oh well, that's fine. It's a bit of a pink glow. My wee cat has 2 black eyes. She looks like Zora. Trouble puffs. That is one cool looking wee pussycat. Beautifully cut. Thank you. I've taken loads of tips watching. Oh, that's great. Actually, I wanted to do one more thing. I wanted to kind of... Yeah. Just bring a little bit more of a shape here. Yeah. It's just a little thing, but it looked like really kind of weirdly straight, and yeah, that's better. And I'm going to drop in some yellow again here. Yeah. Okay, so what did I want? Oh, I have the Prismacolor white out, and I thought, you know, those swirlies in the sky, the swooshes in the sky, which I didn't get to the level I wanted them because those pencils are too transparent. They were done with these One Blaze Big pencils, and they were just too transparent to really do what I wanted to do. So I'm just adding a tiny bit of Prisma white here and there. Is it Prisma white? No, it's not. That's why it's not going on. It's like, why isn't it doing what I want to do? And then I realized that it's the wrong white. Now that one should do something at least. Okay. Yeah, different story here. And just kind of gently bringing it into some of the swirls in some areas, just to make them a little bit more prevalent. Great terminologies. Now he just lounges around the house all day licking said trouble puffs, and I'm like, yeah, enjoy them while you can. Callie, I struggle coloring cats. Mine always end up ginger or grey. That was my thing as well. I never really colored cats that much, to be honest. And I wanted to try something a bit different. I'm not like, I should have probably had some sort of a reference. Probably would have been useful. Because I pretty much positioned those spots, whatever, you know, the way my hand, you know, basically twisted on the paper. Okay, so creating a little bit of a just slightly lighter areas in those swirlies. Not all the way, but here and there. Just to give it a little bit more of a interest to that sky. And then eventually, of course, I'm going to bring those stars back with the gel pens or acrylic markers or whatever. So it'll look a bit better. Okay, careful here. All right. Yeah, that looks better, I think. With some little accents of lighter color. Just makes it look a little bit more dynamic. Let's put it that way. Okay. I think that's better. Okay. What time is it? Yeah, I won't have time to start that cat as well. But it's going to be different color. They're not going to be the same. I wanted them to be pretty different. Words are forever being created in with our folks. The Discord coloring cup of coloring bumblebees. I like how you make the northern lights in the sky. I'm not even sure if they're northern lights, but there's something, some sort of a galaxy effect is what I was going for. I wasn't particularly, specifically going for northern lights, but, some sort of a swirly galaxy, magical a bit. It's going to probably look nicer once, all the stars are brought back, but I don't want to bring them back before it's lasting because it's a pencil page. I'm going to be, typically for me, probably moving my hand over the page, and it's just going to smear them, with a pencil, at least some of it often onto the gel pen, and I end up having to refresh the gel pen because I'm contaminated it with other colors. So I just will do that last. Those birds are really cute. I'm not even sure how I'm going to do the background. I will probably put some sort of a, I don't know what I'm going to put in here. I might put something like even gold in that area, and I don't know yet, but I might just black out the surrounding areas. Tough old calico cat is looking wonderful, thanks. Oh, Jennifer. Oh yes, hi. There's something very take on me about this picture right now. Oh, I had left the other show to meet friends in the park to play Pokemon Go. Yay! And I just got back. It's dusk now. I haven't played Pokemon Go for yonks. We were so into it for a while, and now I did switch it on this week though, because you can get the Mewtwo this week. So, but Killian told me that you need to go there and catch, 10 Pokemon and power up Pokemon 10 times, and then you can get a Mewtwo. 100 IV Mewtwo. So I did that. Now I have a Mewtwo. You missed a bit under her tail. That is going to be some sort of a branch or something. It's not really part of the cat itself, I think. I can just keep working that fur endlessly. That's the thing about fur. It's never quite done. But at least it's different. And she's gonna be cute too. I don't know, I almost feel like I should draw eyes on this cat. Like, open her eyes up, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea. Probably not. Probably not. We're a bunch of seniors who play long after the kids go home. Yeah, but you can't do it too late because... Oh, the sky here Yeah, I think so. I'm just gonna probably go in with the soft layer of black and then go dark blue over it, and that'll take care of that. That looks better. Like that. That should work. Maybe just give her sexy eyelashes. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with it. Either I'm going to do eyes, but see, I would need to kind of cover up too much, because I feel that if I actually opened up the eyes, I would need to move them slightly upwards. And then I would need to cover these up, and then the pencils wouldn't lay down as well as I want to, so probably not. Let me see, where's my... I only have at the moment 3H pencil, which is not good for doing anything. So if I open them up, let's test that theory. If I open them up, I'm doing it very, very gently now. So I could very, very easily... Yeah, that would look weird. If I just left them here and opened them up, they would not look good. I would also need to probably, you know, they would need to be bigger. No, I don't think they would look good. It would need to be lifted upwards if I wanted to do that. And then, no. Sexy eyelashes, maybe. Opening them up, nope. So, where's my... Okay, my eraser has got workies again. Sorry. Okay. They don't really spawn during the night anyway. Like, you can't be out too late catching them because they're just not spawning anymore. As far as Pokemon go, sorry. Pokemon talk. Yeah, sexy eyelashes actually might make it better. I'm just testing now with my pencil, you know, which I can easily... Yeah, I think sexy eyelashes might work. And I might make them slightly scrunched shut, so there's a bit of a shadow underneath and stuff like this. Okay, so... But I will put them in after I've finished actually coloring it. But I have the, you know, the very slight outlines there at the moment. I don't know if you can see them or not. Probably not, because it's very, very hard pencil. So I did it super gently. Time for a title. Okay, now people, thank you very much for today's absolutely wonderful stream. I had great time. I really enjoyed the chilling and coloring. It's exactly what I needed, let's put it that way. I'm going to stick some of the pencils back into the box, because at the moment there's a mountain on the desk. And most of the time that kind of ends up annoying me. Okay. I can come back a little bit, although it doesn't really change huge amount since I pushed the French rose. Okie doke. Black pencil. I had some grays. And I had the acorn. Ouch. Breaking things. I've lost the pencil. I don't know what I'm missing from here, but there's something missing. Oh well, I'll figure it out. I'm leaving the combinations for my green and stuff like that out because I'm planning to do that. Hopefully tomorrow, finish off those leaves. Maybe color this cat. We really had a great time again, and great laughs. And big hugs to everybody. I hope you also were enjoying yourselves, as I did. Tonight was hilarious, yes, it really was. We had everything, from lady razors to lesbian cats, so we're good. Oh, thank you so much for spending time with me, okay? And I hope if everything goes well, maybe see you next weekend. So thank you very much. Be good, be strong, be happy, be healthy, and hopefully you'll get some creative time in as well. So next time, guess that guitar song. Okay, bye bye people. Bye.